Hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. And no, actually, it's Jimmy Carter, the former president. Exhale. How are you today? What's up, Info Thumb Wars? And Oxpecker, I opened that video. It's actually quite good. I will save that, and we might actually get to watch it today, but it totally will tie into some of the stuff that I want to talk about this week. Anyway, how are you all today? Good morning. Good evening as well. Now, today's not going to be as fun of a stream because we have some more dark stuff to talk about. But at least to start off with, in regards to Jimmy Carter died today at 100 years old. Yes, I'm definitely into it, Oxpecker, because it's also going to tie into some of the Luigi Mangione stuff, because I still definitely don't think that that they caught him without using illegal surveillance tech. I am feeling all right, Shardspork. Thank you. I'm better today. I'm still a little sick. You can kind of hear it in my throat, but cough drops and tea and at least a day and a half of not talking has definitely helped. Feeling less anti-American today. Well, isn't that excellent news? The thing is, Jimmy Carter wasn't great when he was president, like in any way, shape, or form. He was very much deregulatory. He worked for the capital class, but post presidency, he was actually quite wholesome. And at least in our current political realm of discourse, I kind of miss this kind of guy. But yeah, no, he wasn't a good president. Something's going around, Shardspork. I'm sure. Hopefully, at the very least, it's as mild as mine was, because it was mainly just like a cough, some nausea, and some sniffliness. The cough of not totally passed away so far. Passed away. That's ironic considering what we're talking about. But yes, Jimmy Carter, the peanut farmer, who won the presidency in the wake of numerous scandals for Nixon, on top of Watergate and the Vietnam War. Endured humbling defeat after one tumultuous term, and then redefined life after the White House as global humanitarian, which does fit into it. You know, while he was in the White House, he was very much a right-winger-ish. No, you know what? I'll say it. He leaned much more to the right, at least on economic issues, but post leaving the White House, he definitely did at least spend more time caring about the country and of the general social political aspects rather than just the financial aspects. I missed the last two Vizzy streams. This is blasphemy. Well, good news for you at the very least. I just put out a 2.5-hour video, which is part of one of the last streams. Definitely worth watching, by the way. I think Sisyphus55 had a video talking about Luigi that got taken down while I was in the middle of watching it. It wouldn't surprise me. Part of the reason why I'm really happy that Luigi pled not guilty is now that we have to have a trial and the government has to prove how they found him. And so far, we have nothing. We don't even know. I mean, to be fair, they wouldn't tell you who the snitch was in that reported Luigi, but we have no details on basically anything. And not to be a conspiracy theorist, but I mean, what are you supposed to do when you have no details to lean on? You try and make it make sense in your brain. Not to say that there's no chance that the alleged killer was reported. That could have happened, but it also could not have happened. We gotta wait and see. And that's what trials are for. That's why we have due process. That's why we have innocent until proven guilty. Olive Party or Oligarchy? Am I right? True. Well, we're going to talk a lot about America today, but I just want to touch on Georgia again, because the Tbilisi protests are still going. It's been past 30 days now, and they are going strong. So today, the new president was sworn in, or rather inaugurated. The former president is refusing to step down. Let's have a look at what's going on over here.
Across Georgia, a human chain of protest. These crowds in the capital Tbilisi out in support of the country's bid for European Union membership and against their newly elected president, who prefers closer ties with Moscow. But Salome Zurabichvili, the outgoing president, joined today's demonstrations. And so far, she is refusing to step down, ahead of the swearing in of her successor tomorrow.
By the way, this is what, like, Biden should have done at the very least, but who cares? I thought the capital was Atlanta. Ah ha 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 ha. There's two Georgias. The country, not the state.
This latest crisis began a month ago, when crowds descended on Parliament. The ruling Georgian Dream Party had decided to suspend talks on joining the EU for 4 years, even though that goal forms part of this former Soviet republic's constitution.
Yeah, literally, like, it is in the Constitution that this is a goal to move towards. Maybe they're doing it with the character in Dishonored. I haven't played Dishonored, but I can kind of see where you're, wrong place, right time. Somebody else has to take the fall. I mean, theoretically, it could have been him. It's just we have no evidence that it is him, at least not in a court of law. We have plenty of evidence that points that it could be him. I just want there to be, like, a proper trial. And if it is him, I want to know how they found out.
They just decided to end everything today, and we will not let them do it. I don't know. We will not take it anymore.
We are so angry. It's literally beyond embarrassing. What this government is doing to us.
I understand this sentiment of it's beyond embarrassing because it's what the rest of us should be feeling right now. The Georgia protests are one of the very few examples of people actually standing up for their democracy. And I'm like, they should be proud. They've been out there for more than a month fighting water cannons, tear gas, using fireworks and laser pointers. It's insane. Is Serbia an EU nation? I believe so. Yeah, it is. Was it you that said the two pictures didn't look the same and like the same person? I said something similar. I don't necessarily think that they're not the same person. They don't look similar. The jawline, the eyebrows, the general just facial features are hard to tell, obviously, because he's wearing a mask in the photos that we have, and all that we have of him without the mask is that top-down view where it looks like he's like at a bank with just like this much of the face showing. It's hard to tell. But also shadows and lighting could make effects that could make the jaw structure look different. So
Literally, like, this is really unbelievable.
The following night, the police used water cannon after protesters in face masks tried to break into the Parliament building. Georgian Dream had just been re-elected after more than a decade in power, and many Georgians claim the election was rigged. For them, joining the EU is a defence against being dominated by Russia and the control of Vladimir Putin. His invasion of
Russia invaded this country more than a decade ago and has been trying to control it, has been trying to overtake it, not militarily like Ukraine, but through electoral politics, as they've also tried to do in Romania, as they've done realistically all over Europe and the United States this year.
Bring Ukraine an ever-present warning. Earlier this month, Georgian MPs and local government officials voted in a new president. Though the opposition stayed away and there was only one candidate.
They stayed away in protest, not that they didn't run a candidate. That's kind of the phrasing here suggests that the opposition didn't have a candidate. They did. The current incumbent president is from their opposition party. She's refusing to step down. It was out of protest that they did not show up to the elections. Man, if only our side could get their hands on a water cannon, that'd be sick. I mean, did you see the fireworks machine gun? Because that was pretty sick. Hello, PPG. And Azerbaijan is very mad at Russia today, and we'll talk about that as well. Doing pretty good.
He's
Feeling less sick
Mikhail
today.
Kavelashvili, a former footballer with Manchester City, who claims Western spies are trying to provoke a war with Moscow.
The same rhetoric. All of them use the same exact rhetoric.
Protesters showed the former striker the red card.
I do
And
love
the current
that, though.
president made it clear that she is not leaving.
It's not an elected government, it's an illegitimate one.
With the Azerbaijan plane, yes, I believe so. We'll go into it as soon as we're done with Georgia, but that one, at the very least, is seen to be an accident, at least from the OSINT people that I follow on social media, but it's hard to tell with OSINT accounts because half of the time they're not correct, and sometimes they're just outwardly lying, so...
The new president will be as illegitimate as the government because it's based on elections that are not recognized by the population.
Madam President.
Not surprisingly, Ukraine's leader is outspoken in his support. Both leaders are frustrated that Europe has not sanctioned Georgian politicians, though America sanctioned the billionaire founder of the ruling party last night.
We will not tolerate them handing over Georgia to Russian control. It is important to preserve Georgia's true independence. I thank America for its support.
What I find I find that less weird than the general idea of how many planes this week have had rotor malfunctions, had landing gear malfunction. We just had another one today happen that I don't think ended as badly, but there was also Korea. It's just a little strange. Not to say that Russia's responsible for all of them. In fact, I think they have nothing to do with the Korea one at all, but
Vili is a former professional soccer player. He played with Manchester City here in the UK, but he's now Georgia's new president. As he was being sworn in at a ceremony in the country's parliament in the capital, Tbilisi, thousands of people were protesting outside with whistles and red cards.
Because our president is a footballer, we're showing him a red card, and the next step will be sending him off the pitch.
Mr. Kvelashvili easily won this month's presidential election in Georgia because the Georgian Dream Party, which backs him, controls the Electoral College, and that picks the president. Georgian Dream retained control of the parliament in an election in October, a vote which the four opposition parties insist was rigged with Russia's help. Since then, the government has suspended Georgia's application to join the European Union until 2028, which sparked widespread anger among Georgians who,
it's really clear that these people, are actually correct. The protesters are right. The Georgia Dream Party is working for the Russians. Was the sanctions on Russian aerospace companies a factor in this, or a factor in the plane crash in Azerbaijan? Because as far as I know, neither.
Firmly in favour of being in the EU.
Well, maybe this one, but...
The outgoing pro-EU president spoke to supporters outside the presidential palace, saying she'd vacate the building but not the position because she says she's the only legitimate president.
I wouldn't even vacate the building.
6 years ago, I swore allegiance to you on the Constitution.
Why vacate the building?
And this allegiance will not change. Wherever I am, in the presidential palace or outside the palace, I will be with you.
The new president is a known hardline critic of the West. He says he wants to unite Georgia's people.
As in, I want to work with Russia. How is it people deny that this is even a thing where it's incredibly clear that that's all this guy gives a shit about?
I plan to be everyone's president, regardless of whether they like me or not. My future efforts will be directed towards the consolidation and unification of society.
The Georgian Dream Party and the country's electoral commission say that October's ballot was free and fair. Local and international election observers say there were some...
He does look like a movie villain, and obviously, this was not free and fair. Romania had this exact, issue. They just did something about it shortly following, but this has been a consistent theme all over the world for years, let alone just this year. I don't buy it at all. But in regards to the plane crash in Azerbaijan, so Russian air defense most likely caused the crash of the Embraer 190 passenger plane during a UAV attack on Chechnya. The course of the plane was flying from Baku at 6:50 Moscow time, was scheduled to land in Grozny at 8:20. Just before landing in Grozny, the plane turned around, flew across the Caspian Sea towards Kazakhstan, where it then crashed. It had a very weird, flight path. Likely what happened is while flying over Chechnya, it was shot at, and we can see the bullet holes all through it. It's very clearly been shot at with bullets.
Onun belə götürəndə Kamal deməli, bunun üstü belə o elə olmalıydı. Orada necədir, burada da elə olmalıdır. Bu niyə belə bu qədər qırma deşiklər var? Çöldən işə.
I can hear a little bit of like almost Turkish sounding there. My biggest fear is if Georgia and Azerbaijan join NATO, then Turkey accepts them, and then the Russians attack the Baltics and Finland. This will turn third world. We're already in a third world war, like in the Cold War variant, but Turkey's not going to accept Georgia or Azerbaijan into NATO. I really wouldn't think that they would have any benefit from doing this, but also America is going to back out of NATO, more than likely, more and more likely every day, which will then result in Europe taking up more of the defense of Ukraine, sending in, like, the UK has said they will send in soldiers to NATO, and I'm very much for it. You don't need to be afraid of Russia. They have nothing that can hurt you. They will not nuclear strike Ukraine. There's no benefit in doing this. There's no benefit of them launching all of the nukes unless they're going to launch every single one of them, which is just end of the world shit. There's nothing you have to be afraid of. The Russians are weak. They can't even really fight back, and even if they did hit the nuke button, they would probably have explode on the ground in Russia. Fuck Russia. We should send more troops to Ukraine. We should, I will get to it. I'm still answering the first one. We should push more against Russia's invasion and against their propaganda. We've covered on this channel like multiple times how they go about lying and how they go about not engaging in any negotiations. They don't want to. They have no good faith. Even North Korea and the Russians could not take the bullet because they couldn't defeat NATO countries, and they did not do it. Then while these developments are developing in the Caucasus, if a rebellion starts in Chechnya, that's it. If problems arise inside Russia, it's not only about Kadyrov, also about 117 people in South Korea, 60 people in Azerbaijan. Russia and North Korea, in the explosion of those planes, they will be able to pass the position of providing weapons to Ukraine if Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan unite. Look, again, all of this could happen. There's so many variants of how this can move forward, but we need to acknowledge like one thing really quickly, and that's that Russia's never going to take open accountability for any of their actions, and North Korea is going to lie about everything. It's already embarrassing that North Korea had to send troops into Russia, let alone reinforcements for said troops. They suck. All of them suck. Whether or not it's NATO or Europe or the Baltics or the Caucasus, everyone does need to unite and stand up against the big bully. All of them. I'm not afraid of the Russians, and none of these countries should be, as long as there's a cooperative effort here. And it seems like outside of the United States, the vast majority of the region is in favor of a cooperative effort. They're talking about hybrid warfare attacks. They're taking cyber attacks and misinformation more seriously. I just saw this morning of like high up UN members talking about, not UN, NATO members talking about maybe writing out a new definition for what aggressive action is that includes hybrid warfare, and drawing a red line against Russia, saying we will not tolerate cyber attacks anymore, we won't tolerate meddling in elections. All of these count as a direct attack and will invoke Article 5. I'm in favor of that. Will it stop them from doing it? God, no. But also, there is no middle ground with this at the moment. You have to push back. You can't appease an expansionist belligerent government that's not interested in negotiation into stopping what they're doing, into not trying to annex foreign countries and to not attack even more foreign countries, whether physically or digitally. It's just, there's no other way here at the moment that I can see of other than we coup them from the inside, which would be great. We could send in the CIA, but it seems like we're kind of, we've lost our practice on this. A Russian streamer once told me if Putin says one thing, he actually means the exact opposite. Well, I mean, you could say that about Trump as well. It's not 100% of the time that's not going to be true. Sometimes they do tell the truth. It's just usually not when it's useful. So, yeah, so the crash was pretty bad. Almost everyone, including mainstream media, agrees that this was done by the Russians. Whether it was an actual accident or not, who knows, but... And then we go to South Korea.
Local fire officials and aviation...
And this was the scene of the incident here.
Local fire officials and aviation experts say some sort of landing gear malfunction was likely. There's also speculation from officials that this may have been caused by a bird strike. The pilot also made a Mayday call shortly after the control tower warned about birds in the area. According to FlightAware, the Jeju airliner was listed as a Boeing 737 traveling from Bangkok.
Now, birds can absolutely take down a plane, by the way. If you're from like the Northeast, if you're anywhere from New York or New Jersey, you'll notice, you'll remember the geese that caused the plane having to land in the Hudson River a little while back. France and England are already saying openly that we cannot wait for Trump, that we should manage NATO. Trump is dealing with the Panama Canal. He was saying to China through the Chinese Communist Party's channel, saying that he's making a trade war with you. If he steals China's money in Panama, then takes the region of Denmark's NATO country, and Canada and England, France will say, they're not going to do that. I'm going to tell you real quick, like openly, we're not getting Panama, we're not getting Canada, and we're not getting Mexico. We might try for Greenland and Iceland. We're not getting those. It's all, I mean, aside from unless we go full imperialist, in which case that would require us to have already made a deal with Putin, with Xi, with Netanyahu to essentially carve up the world into different parts. But outside of that, none of that shit is happening. Trump will just back out of NATO and be isolationist is my most likely outcome. Yes, internally, but you never know with these people. But beyond that, you are right in that England and France have already openly stated that we need to step up. Germany is a little far behind, but they'll get with the picture. And to be fair, like already Russia said no to Trump's plan in regards to Ukraine anyway, like just this morning. And so it doesn't really matter. The bird is the word. Ukraine took, and Ukraine loses land, take Kyiv, NATO, and take Russians, both become 33, 34 members on the Russian end and their relation with the Chinese. But of course, how useful are these options? None of these are useful. Iceland especially hate the US. When Denmark put out a press release after Donald Trump was like, I want to buy Greenland, and they offered to buy America instead, talking about how if you bring education and healthcare to this vast land, it might become a great country. None of these countries are willing to trade their land to us. We would have to take it by force.
Thailand before it crash landed at the Muon airport in South Korea. That's in the southwest part of the country. This is the country's worst air disaster in decades. CNN's Mike Valerio has been following this breaking news story from Seoul.
Also, CNN's disgusting coverage of that, talking about teasing expansion that would rival the Louisiana Purchase. The Louisiana, that's funny. In which, we bought land in the Louisiana Purchase off of France. We didn't steal it. We didn't go against our ally and annex their land militarily. There's no way we're doing that. I don't believe it. And yes, 2 people did survive the crash in Korea. They were both staff.
Mike, update us on the investigation and where things stand now.
Well, I would say that probably the most dramatic element, Amra, under the floodlights that are illuminating the crash site here is just the urgent effort to try to find the 2 sets of remains that are of the passengers who are unaccounted for right now. I'll tell you, we've had such a whiplash, chain of events as we followed this story throughout the day here in South Korea. And there was so much hope, Amra, as you mentioned, after the two people were found.
It'd be incredibly traumatizing.
In the back of the plane. The two crew members were rescued and made it out with their lives. There was hope from a whole host of emergency responders that perhaps a third or a fourth person could be found alive as well. But that hope quickly diminished after the noon hour here in South Korea. So what's happening right now, the two survivors are being moved to hospitals here in Seoul.
There's survivor's guilt, but there's also, these were cabin crew. Like, their job is to fly on a plane. Imagine going back to work after this.
Exact conditions as of yet, or if they've been able to speak to investigators. But what they have to say will be critical, because the voice and data recorders that comprise the black boxes of this aircraft have both been found. So when you combine those two elements, plus the two survivors, that could paint a more accurate picture, because there are elements that are in tension of just what happened here. And what we mean by that is we have a whole slew of people who were involved in the investigation, from government officials.
Not very long, I would think.
And also more
usually
local
airports don't
like
close for very long after something like this happens. Maybe a day.
The fire department.
Maybe a couple, depending on how much damage there is.
Bird strikes, or a bird strike, I should say singular, could have played a role in a cascading series of events that led to the landing gear malfunctioning. But still, from our analysts who we've spoken to over the past couple hours, it's unclear how a potential bird strike would lead to landing gear not coming down, would lead to the flaps on the aircraft wings.
All of that tracks. You could also just kind of blame Boeing off the bat because of this year's history with Boeing. At the very least, it is a likely cause of concern in the very least. Anyway, Georgia has two choices. Either Trump will cut off Russia's relations with China and they'll be accepted into NATO, which is not happening because Ukraine took both of them into NATO, or NATO members, England, France, will unite. And neither of those are happening. I'm telling you what the most likely outcome for Georgia is they get annexed by Russia at this point in time. Even if the EU united over Ukraine, I don't think that they would also go out of their way to protect Georgia. Not in the early days at the very least, because it would require a lot of agreement, and getting all of Europe to, and even NATO outside of the US, to agree on this for Ukraine would be difficult. Adding in Georgia is a step that's not going to be, at the very least, initially possible. And highly unlikely that bird strikes had any part in the landing gear. Yeah, this is true. If anything, I would blame Boeing specifically for that. We know about landing gear being an issue with Boeing to begin with. So that's cause for concern at the very least. Main airport temp closed according to Google at Milan Airport. Landing gear are rough. There's not a lot anyone can do except dump fuel. Also, the plane landed quite far down the track as it was trying to land. I hate that I missed the first hour. Hey, everybody. What's up, Sister Doll? You didn't miss very much, and the first half hour was the waiting room, so...
coming up to slow down the speed of the
aircraft. Yeah, the concrete wall seems to be a big problem.
Why exactly this 737-800 landed so far down the runway, very close to the end of the runway, and why there was all of this equipment near the end of the runway, which is what the plane slammed into when it met its cataclysmic end.
Why is there a concrete wall at the end of the runway? Like, I can see putting something in place that might try and slow it down. For example, some very steep hills will have runoff paths for maybe a trailer that is unable to brake and can go off the road and crash with gravel and with more of a traction-y material as a base to try and slow the moving vehicle down. A wall at the end isn't usually what's used here. Why? I think the runway engineers are to blame. Well, to be fair, we don't know whose fault it was, but you could place blame on all of these groups, on the runway engineers, on Boeing, on Bert's. At this point,
unanswered questions, But Amra, as you and so many of our viewers have been following, we're coming off a time of martial law, December 3rd into December 4th. We're now on our third person who's holding.
I think America will leave NATO, and if we don't, we'll stay in NATO specifically to cut all of NATO's power.
Powers of the president because of the impeachment saga that has been going on since December 3rd. So to say that this has cast a new pall over the country, I would say is such an understatement, as so many people are in mourning here across South Korea.
I agree with you. I just don't see it happening. We're bought by both the Chinese and the Russians. We're going to go into it in a little bit, actually, when we start covering the Night of Long Knives that's occurring in the right at the moment. Plain and short, came in way too fast with no landing gear. My suspicion is very bad panic choice to make a quick turn and then go at the other side of the runway, in which case they may have forgot to relower the landing gear and flaps. How likely is something like that happening, Merton Esper? Are you a pilot or have experience with flying commercial jets or planes? I mean, it sounds like you know what you're talking about, and it does make sense. I just, can't understand why there's a brick wall at the end of the runway. 2, why the landing gear as well as the flaps were not functioning. Because forgetting to relower the gear and the flaps, it doesn't... There's 2 pilots, there's a co-pilot. It doesn't track with me. I suppose they did find the black box, so we will find out eventually.
Yeah, just very difficult scenes to watch as this continues to play out. Mike Valerio, thank you very much for your reporting. Let's talk more about this with CNN safety analyst, aviation analyst David Susi.
Okay, this can be useful.
David, you just heard there from Mike that 2 of the black boxes, the data and voice recorder, have been recovered. So obviously we will be learning more.
You're one of those people who watch the plane crash mini documentary TV videos. I know what you mean.
In the coming days. But from what we know, also seeing that video where you see the plane landing, you see that the wheels that are used for takeoff and landing are not out when it comes down.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can't play the video.
And then we've also heard speculation from South Korean officials that this could have been a bird strike playing a factor in this. What is your initial assessment, David?
Well, there were so many different aspects to this and unanswered questions. I don't see any connection between a bird strike and whether the landing gear was able to come up or down or not. I really can't see that those 2 things are related.
Imagine being on a plane and watching TV about plane crashes. How, that's a new level of masochism. And yeah, we covered it earlier, Joker Bravo.
However, what can be related is the response to a bird strike. So after you've hit a flock of birds, you may have an engine out, you might have things going on, and that creates a lot of chaos in that cockpit as far as how the aircraft is going to land, where it's going to land on the runway, all of those things. You don't have a lot of options if you overshoot a runway by a little bit.
No, NATO will not help Trump because Trump doesn't like NATO. Trump does not want... It's not about just the military budget or America's putting in too much money. That's not where it comes from. It comes from oligarchy. Elon Musk, who is obviously the preferred decision maker in government at the moment, considering the very contentious point that was made, Trump sided with Elon on yesterday. Therefore, Elon's in charge, he's the president, and Elon Musk wants to sell his goods in Russia and in China. He is on speaking terms with Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping. America's now just a part of the global empire of fascist countries. I mean, not to say that we weren't already, but we've really just taken off the mask entirely, and that's it. It's not about money. It's not about defense. It's not about NATO. It's about us doing what we're told as a country.
It appears this happened here.
This is one of several plane crashes, Joker Bravo. It matters. 179 people died, and I want to know why.
That you're going to hit in the middle of the runway as you go traverse down it. So that can cause that overspeed condition at the end. But there's so many different unanswered questions. And yes, flight data recorder will give us those answers.
Also, the fact that there was equipment at the end of this runway,
Joker Bravo, we're already doing that, and we've been for ages. That's H-1B visas. That's how they work. H-1B visas are good, by the way. Let me add in really quickly. H-1B visas are good, but the system itself is flawed because part of that system includes indentured servitude. When you come into the country on an H-1B visa, you are required to work at one company. Now, if you want to leave said company and move to a different company, you can, but you need both companies to agree on it, in which case the company that brought you in could just cancel your visa and deport you instead of allowing you to change your job. It doesn't allow you to have unions. It doesn't allow you to really complain. It gives you no job security and ties you directly to that corporation. But at the same time, Elon is right in that Americans are not smart enough to do the jobs that are required, so we do need to bring people in to do them. Now, the obvious solution here is to improve education so that Americans can do these jobs. But they don't want Americans to do these jobs because you have to pay Americans more. Americans want rights. We want to unionize. We want our labor conditions to be higher than that of what you can bring in from other countries on an H-1B visa. It is genuinely a desire for indentured servants by the capital class, going above that of educate the populace so they can do the jobs. Both of these sides in this argument overall that we're about to get like a little recap of and then part 2 of are true, but he doesn't want to. Elon does not want you to be educated. The rich don't want you to be smart. They don't want you to be able to do these jobs. They want a population of workers they can control, a population of workers who can't stand up to them, a population of workers that is powerless and stupid enough to, well, rather smart enough to do the job, dumb enough to accept that this is their place in life. And rather, in our case, it would be dumb enough. When you're talking about people that come over from overseas, it's, I don't have any other choice enough. Well, that's because he is not a serious person, Joker Bravo. Elon Musk is a joke and a moron. But let's take the recap from here, and then we'll go on, because some of the funniest posts that I've ever seen, possibly the funniest posts ever made on Twitter, came out of this fight.
In his clash with the far right over immigration, Elon Musk is now going after the hardliners, the very heart of the MAGA base, labeling them just a few hours ago as, quote, contemptible fools.
True, Joker Bravo.
Removed from the Republican Party, root and stem. Musk
Okay, first of all, starting off, 10 out of 10. They need to be removed from the Republican Party, root and stem. He's talking about the Nazi right at the moment. I did say a lot pre-election that we would have this clash between the capital class and the several factions within MAGA, such as the Nazi right, the Christian nationalist right, and we would see who's going to win. It does seem to me at the moment that the obvious, the oligarchy wins.
Who must be removed from the Republican Party, root and stem.
He did, by the way, remove them from Twitter.
Finds himself pitted against the likes of Steve Bannon, however, Trump's former White House aide, who came out against Musk's push for H-1B visas, which allow highly skilled foreign workers into the U.S. and has long been the lifeblood of Silicon Valley.
H-1B visas, that's not what it's about. It's about taking American jobs and bringing over essentially what become indentured servants at lower wages. This thing's a scam.
It's insane to me that I'm agreeing with Steve Bannon. Pavilion, those are very long messages. Over 3 million Muslims voted for him to establish a Palestinian state. That was not true. He's not doing that. Trump has told, even before the election and after, Netanyahu to, like, bomb them harder. So not a chance, zero chance that Palestinian state comes out. Donald Trump hates Palestinians. He called Joe Biden a Palestinian as a slur, like derogatorily called him a Palestinian. If Saudi Arabia and the UAE give petrodollars in exchange for 100 Israeli prisoners, there's no prisoners left. Israel killed them all. There's no hostages. It's been more than a year. They're all dead. Sorry. Hamas has offered, there's no Hamas left in Gaza. There's like 3 guys left, if anything. It's all bullshit. Iran's nuclear program is Trump's fault. Iran wouldn't already have nuclear weapons if Trump didn't remove us from the Iran nuclear deal in the first place. They don't care. Donald Trump wants Israel to establish greater Israel. in the Middle East because it profits the American bourgeoisie. If Israel takes half of Syria, half of Saudi Arabia, beats Iran, takes Iraq, takes all of Lebanon, this profits American companies. So that's how it is. It's not changing. But yes, things are fucking crazy in the country at the moment.
By the oligarchs in Silicon Valley to basically take jobs from American citizens, give them to what become indentured servants from foreign countries, and then pay them less.
It's always funny to me to hear the Nazis say shit like this because like anti-Semitism really is retard socialism. They've gotten so many, it's like so close to class consciousness over the last couple days, so many of them, and they just stop. Okay, Israel started World War III, literally same with Russia. We've been in a third World War, Cold War for a while now, but yeah, kinda. I would realistically, Russia would be step one, but you can't say, none of these countries started anything. This was just the way the path was leading. This was inevitable without interference, and no one interfered. That's what I mean. It's not that anyone went out of their way to start World War III, but nobody went out of their way to prevent this from happening. And this all profits the wealthy in several countries. Several of the richest people in the world profit from all of what's going on. It's part of the plan. Nothing is broken. It's working as designed.
Simple. To let them into through the golden door.
Now, Bannon's comments align him with people like the far-right activist Laura Loomer, who has been bashing Musk for days now.
Far-right activist, you mean neo-Nazi, but okay.
And accusing him of censoring her on his own platform.
And he is.
She is the anti-immigrant Trump ally who is now claiming that her blue checkmark was removed, her subscriptions were deactivated.
Imagine spending $45 billion to buy a social media site because right-wingers are getting censored and then proceeding to censor right-wingers. In fact, purge them from the site as a whole.
Her character limits for tweets and posts on X were limited for what she says is, quote, raising concerns and speaking the truth about the technocratic takeover of our country and the White House. Now, that was
again, they get so close to class consciousness. Laura Loomer is a Nazi, a neo-Nazi. It's retard socialism. Talking about technocrats taking over the country, influence peddling by billionaires and technocrats. It almost sounds like a Democrat. Meanwhile, Elon is losing his mind. We'll finish the video after I get some context in here. That is a lie. Do you make this lie? I found it elsewhere. Is it fake? Where did you find this lie? I was posted on Reddit. My mistake. I didn't realize it was forged. Liar. Elon is ready to go to war over this. I mean, like, actually. The reason I'm in America, along with so many critical people who built SpaceX, Tesla, and hundreds of other companies that made America strong is because of H-1B. Take a big step back and fuck yourself in the face. I will go to war on this issue, the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend. Fuck yourself in the face. I mean, he's going to war against MAGA. This is great. One thing that I will say about H-1B though, it doesn't actually affect SpaceX very much. It's more, Tesla absolutely uses H-1B visa holders, but SpaceX isn't allowed to for a lot of it because SpaceX is a contractor, is a military contractor. They work for the US government. You need security clearance. And so people on H-1B visas can't actually work at SpaceX for the most part. She was shitposting on Indians and was using, well, yeah, they're all mad about Indians at the moment because, I don't know, Vivek Cash and JD Vance's wife are who they're all pointing to. I think there's some residual stuff from anti-Kamala, anti-Indian racism from the election. I mean, to be fair, Indians in America earn more money every year than white Americans do by far. I believe gross household income is $120,000 for Indian Americans versus about 75 to 90-ish area for white Americans. They have a lot of people coming into the country from India, and they do get these jobs because A, people from India are educated enough to do these jobs, and B, they can have indentured servants working at Tesla. This does not really affect SpaceX, though. Can you catch me up on what we're discussing? This is the right fighting each other. This is the tech bro oligarch right wing fighting with the Nazi right wing over H-1B visas. Elon Musk wants more immigrants coming into the country on visas to work for cheap for Tesla, and people were mad at him, and so he's banning them from Twitter. He's telling them to go fuck themselves in the face, and he will start a war on this issue. He's calling them like retards, just openly. This is about Trump voters. And then we have the funniest post that I think I've ever seen on Twitter. Why do you like this? Jesus. Hold on. My tolerance for ketamine is unlimited. I love it so much. 10 out of 10, Elon. Hi. Now. All of this also included Vivek Ramaswamy, who made this comment as in explanation, because all of this came out from Doge making this decision. And Vivek tried to rationalize this by saying, the reason that top tech companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineers over native Americans isn't because of an innate American IQ deficit, a lazy and wrong explanation. A key part comes down to the C word, culture. Tough questions demand tough answers, and if we're really serious about fixing the problem, we have to confront the truth. Our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 90s and longer. That doesn't start in college, it starts young. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. A culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World, blah, 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 stuff like that. Basically, he called American culture stupid and called Americans retards. Overall, they're too dumb because they're too obsessed with the football jock and the prom queen to pay attention in school, and therefore they can't do the jobs. Most normal American parents look skeptically at those kinds of parents. More normal Americans' kids view those kinds of kids with scorn. If you grew up aspiring to normalcy, normalcy is what you will achieve. Now close your eyes and visualize which families you knew in the 90s or even now who raised their kids according to one model versus another. Normalcy doesn't cut in a hyper-competitive global market for technical talent. If we pretend like it does, we'll have our asses handed to us by China. Obviously, people got quite mad. Conservatives are also canceling Vivek for pointing out that mainstream American culture is anti-intellectual and promotes mediocrity. The right talks about bad culture all the fucking time, but the minute you apply it to white people, they go insane. This is true, like 100% true. But you also have to think about, how did Vivek Ramaswamy make his money? How did he become relevant? Well, it's worse than you think. This is a video from pre-election, but it's a good explanation. There's a bit where Bannon was like, people like me made this country so nerds like you could exist. That was pretty funny. Yeah, I have a couple clips from them. We watched Ann Coulter last time, the horrible, horrible woman, just the actual Grim Reaper in a skin suit. And I was agreeing with her in her takes against Elon, just because all she was saying is you want indentured servants. All of these people are horrible, so enjoy it. It's the worst people that you know are fighting.
So Vivek Ramaswamy seems to be the right's new it boy that all the conservative grifters, like Candace Owens and Tim Pool, are latching onto. And one of his big claims at the debate the other night was that he's not bought and paid for like all these other guys. But how exactly did he make his money at such a young age? And you're probably guessing, seeing as I'm making this video, that it wasn't some sort of unethical way, but you're going to want to stick around because I would almost guarantee you it's worse than you're thinking. After working at a hedge fund for a while, Vivek made his big money in the biotech space.
The next few years are absolutely a content farm. You guys are in for a joy.
Vivek had a company called Axivant that was incorporated in Bermuda, but was pushing a drug called RVT-101 that was supposed to help slow the effects of Alzheimer's. But where exactly did this awesome new drug come from? Did Vivek develop it? Well, no. Of course not. And this is where it starts to get a little crazy, because he actually purchased the rights to it from a bigger company, GlaxoSmithKline, for just $5 million. But wait, hold up. If this drug does what they say it does, why would GlaxoSmithKline sell it for just $5 million?
They wouldn't.
$5 million when they could make billions. Well, it's because they had pretty much given up on the drug after it failed not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 clinical trials. Because what Vivek did is he took one of those failed clinical trials, put his mom on the research team, who is a doctor, but was also on the board and had stock options in the company, and they took some people out, reworked a couple things, finagled a couple others, and all of a sudden that failed clinical trial was now a clinical trial that showed significant improvement. Just like that, overnight. You then, of course, rename the drug, and now...
Sorry, I just changed some chat features, so it'll reset.
Now you have a promising new drug and a finagled phase 2 clinical trial that you can cherry pick a few lines from. You then go on CNBC and talk about the unlimited potential that this company has. Then all you gotta do is
grifting.
File for your IPO and watch the money roll in.
This is how a lot of rich people do shit, by the way. They're like, this is immoral. It's not technically illegal in the context that it could be prosecuted. Maybe if, what's Sunch? The exact opposite of what you said will happen. Ukraine and Palestine should somehow survive. After all, Biden did this dirty job, and Trump's ability to accept excuses for peace is more important. So the thing is not, he doesn't accept excuses for peace. He wants more money. Donald Trump doesn't act based on ideology. He doesn't act on what he believes is right. He acts on what profits him and the people he's owned by the most. So think about the money. What makes more money? That is the answer of what's most likely to happen. It would be cool. I would like for Ukraine and Palestine to survive. It'd be great if we stopped all of the genocide and the war and the aggressive countries that are causing all of this, but we're not going to. You can't expect America to save you, at least from my perspective. I wouldn't expect it.
Even though before the company itself actually makes any money, you got to pass phase 3 clinical trials, but more on that in a second. And when they eventually did do their IPO, it was the biggest biotech IPO ever. The stock doubled on the first day, and eventually it went from $15 all the way up to $50 based on a hope, a prayer, and Vivek's salesmanship.
And then
but
he
then
shorted
after
it.
the stock shot up and enough time had passed so Vivek's family and rich friends could sell off their shares, it was then finally time to do stage 3 trials. And surprise, surprise.
Yeah. By the way, Cheeseburger Merv, since you're here, I want to link you a video, but I also think you should watch it, Pavilion. This is Australian politics that I'll be linking, but it ties really heavily into American politics as well. And it'll give you an understanding of at least the kind of rhetoric that's being employed around the world, because as I've stated multiple times, my belief is that the right wing is very uncreative, and no matter which country you're in, whether it's America, Australia, in Europe, in the Middle East, in Russia, in Africa, in Asia, and South America, all of them have the same rhetoric, the same conspiracy theories, the same pathway forward that they're trying to employ. So it's not all that different when you're thinking about it. But back to Twitter, a sentence that I never thought I would hear. The Groypers have been ethnically cleansed from X. He banned all of the right-wing Groyper accounts because they were all arguing with him about H-1B visas. It's so funny. It's so funny. It's really the night of long knives. Yes, and those contemptible fools must be removed from the party root and stem. The contemptible fools I'm referring to in the Republican Party are those who are hateful, unrepentant racists. They will be the downfall of the Republican Party if they're not removed. That's the entire fucking party. And yeah, thank you, by the way, to my excellent mod and editor, Comrade Lennon, for helping me make some of these YouTube videos and making the thumbs and cutting them up, because I wouldn't be able to do it otherwise. Speaking of these contemptible fools, though, let's hear Bannon talking. This was recently, because we've heard him say this almost exact same line a year ago in September.
I think until Elon Musk starts letting back on the most the true anti-CCP people that he keeps blocked off there, myself included. Not that I want to go on there. Oh yeah, no. He's owned.
Oh God, it's pedophile Matt Gaetz.
He's owned by the Chinese Communist Party. What are you talking about? Tesla. His only thing of real value is Tesla. He uses it for margin loans. He sells the stock. The Shanghai joint venture is 100% controlled by the CCP.
Now, I would argue that he gets more of his value from SpaceX than from Tesla because Elon Musk lives off of government subsidies because he is a government contractor. He gets a lot of money from you, the US taxpayer, for SpaceX. Tesla is the company that he's trying to launch in China. He's building a gigafactory there specifically. And so you could absolutely make the argument that he is influenced by Chinese politics, by the CCP. I agree with Bannon on this here. Although Bannon is also a horrible person and a Nazi.
This is why he never goes after the CCP. This is why he always backs off. This is when they had the protest. They had the protest about the lockdowns of COVID. He will not do it. Elon Musk is a total and complete phony. He is in bed in a business partner. He's done some good stuff, letting stuff out.
I agree that he's a phony, and I will say the one thing that you can give him credit for even a little bit, which I don't want to do, is SpaceX. Even though he doesn't do anything at SpaceX, Elon Musk, you can see that he has nothing to do, right? He spent 3 days on Twitter arguing with his side and banning people that post screenshots of things that he said. He's on Twitter all day, 23 hours out of the day. My tolerance for ketamine is unlimited. This guy, I'm quoting Hassan, the most jobless man in America. But the people who work at SpaceX do actually produce groundbreaking scientific discoveries in engineering for space travel. The company production is excellent. It's just he's not responsible for any of it. He owns the company, and that's it. It's like we've talked about this before. Managers do not produce value. Value is produced by labor. You doing labor imbues whatever commodity that you're producing with value. A manager does not do any labor, therefore produces no value.
With Taibbi and others, it's fine. But he is owned lock, stock, and barrel by the Chinese Communist Party, and he acts like it. I think until...
Yeah, like Starlink and stuff, that stuff's good for humanity. It's just Elon's not responsible for making it. Now, you can see that both the left and the right are, sorry, not both the left and the right, but both the Nazi right and the tech bro right are ready for war. But this is the reactions from right-wing voters, from Republican voters. Never thought I would regret not voting for Kamala. At the end of the day, tacos are better than street shitting. Sorry for everyone who's Indian is going to have to endure a bit of a anti-Indian racism today. Not to say that I'm saying it, but we have to look at how the right is selling this to their own constituency. Doesn't his capital and way of pulling smart people enough? No, that's not labor. That doesn't produce value. Literally, Elon, you sell Panama for U.S. So Elon can't sell us the Panama Canal, and neither can China, because China doesn't own the Panama Canal. Panama owns the Panama Canal. No one's selling us Panama except Panama, and they're not going to do that because they've already said no. They own Panama because it's in their country. It's always been Panama. We can go into the history of it, but I just really want to talk about some of the reactions. Yeah, but we don't own it. We never have owned it. Partly France as well. France started it and then stopped the production. Well, you know what? I'll pull up a little video on the history of the Panama Canal real quick. I mean, yes, they could. The reason Donald Trump is mad about the Panama Canal increasing the cost that it takes to pass through, by the way, is because of climate change. It's because there's less water in the canal, and so it costs more to use the canal. Really quickly, first, I guess we can have a look at how the canal works. And of course it's flawed, but we're not on the subject of whether it's perfect or not. It's just, it's one of the good things that has come out of it. So this is how the Panama Canal works.
The process of transiting the Panama Canal is very similar for every vessel, from a sailboat to an enormous cruise ship. Each vessel accesses the locks through their gates to reach a height of 26 meters above sea level. A control house operator closes the gates to the locks and then opens the valves that control the water flow. It takes 8 minutes to fill the chamber to elevate the ship, which is kept in the center of its transit by locomotives. This operation is almost exactly the same at the 3 sets of locks in the Panama Canal.
You can see if there is a lack of water available, this becomes harder to do and therefore costs more. You have to pay for labor at the very least. But we'll get into Panama. We're not there yet. Getting ahead of myself here. Let's come back to the right infighting. So after he said the fuck yourself in the face bit, apparently he declared war, kneecapped Twitter accounts by numerous conservatives. We saw all of this, banned all of these people. He now has his fake account, which is Adrian Dittman, which is almost certainly him. Yeah, uses cheesy modifier on Adrian Dittman account, says MAGA will have to fucking deal with it because Elon is the only one to give these fucking crackheads a voice. You ungrateful motherfuckers. Laura Loomer is saying she understands Luigi Mangione now. How many times do I have to say retard socialism? She's an anti-Semite. She's also Jewish, funny enough, but anti-Semitism is the direction they go in instead of socialism. They won't understand that it's the rich that want to fuck them. It's the rich, it's the oligarchs that own this country that are like taking everything from you. They siphon all of the wealth and the money and the happiness from your life. She's on a list now. Yeah, she is, actually. We covered it the other day. The NYPD Counterterrorism Task Force that said that basically anybody who said anything that wasn't 100% condemning the killing of Brian Thompson is suspected of being an extremist, could be an extremist, could be dangerous. It's funny. It's funny. So then we have him agreeing with Ian Miles Chong, calling them the retard right. Much of the anger being driven towards Elon Musk today is simply disappointing, being projected by the retard right that's on the fringes of the conservative movement against Musk, whom they wish was an unrepentant racist like they are. It's the whole movement, guys. Like, but now Elon's gone woke. Anyone of any race or nationality who came to America and worked like hell to contribute to this country will forever have my respect. America is the land of freedom and opportunity. Fight with every fiber in your being to keep it that way. Elon's gone woke, guys. It keeps going. It's excellent. Someone please notify Child Protective Services. Need to do a wellness check on this toddler. From Steve Bannon. On a side note, have you seen Squid Games 2 yet? It's actually, I haven't even seen the first one, and I know that I would like it, but so many people told me to watch it that I just refused to watch it. This is Bannon's thoughts on H-1B visas. We're going to listen to Trump in a second. Yes, I've actually never seen it. I might be the only person left.
I want zero. When I was at Breitbart, we covered the story of the Disney workers in Orlando that had to train the H-1B visa folks coming in to take their jobs.
This is a true thing that happens, by the way, and the system for H-1Bs does need to be reformed. It's not good, but we do still need it.
And that had to train the H-1B visa folks coming in to take their jobs. And that thing went viral. It's one of the reasons President Trump won the Republican primary in 2016, and one of the major reasons he was president of these United States. I want
which, by the way, is actually true, considering this was Trump's position on H-1B visas in 2016. Donald Trump's position on visas. Megyn Kelly asked about highly skilled immigration. The H-1B program is neither high skilled nor immigration. These are temporary foreign workers imported from abroad for the explicit purpose of substituting for American workers at lower pay. I remain totally committed to eliminating rampant widespread H-1B abuse. And ending outrageous practices such as those that occurred at Disney in Florida when Americans were forced to train their foreign replacements. I will end forever the use of H-1B as a cheap labor program and institute an absolute requirement to hire American workers first for every visa and immigration program, no exceptions. So this is what Donald Trump said in 2016. Illuminati did this thing with supporting the real accounts, though. I have no idea what you're on about there. And whereas Donald Trump's current reaction was not that. Wait, do I not have the clip? God damn it. Trump supports H-1Bs. What we have instead, realistically, is this kind of situation where Donald Trump's just, I like Greenland, and the rest of them are just arguing. The memes, again, 10 out of 10 on this one. Don't we have that loophole where you pay like $5 million and you can get Aussie citizenship? I did not know that, but also I don't have $5 million. I would have done that already. Oh, wait, I can't just scroll through Twitter with it open because there might be some horrible shit because no one actually checks. It's all AI generated. There we go.
Gets ready to take oath as the 47th president of the US. The president-elect has backed tech billionaire Elon Musk on the special visa program that would enable highly skilled workers.
I think, by the way, it's really fitting that we're looking at Indian news here. Making a fake account to back yourself up in online drama. Oh yeah, they all do that. They all do that. We're going to look at Elon's new alt as well.
Entered the country. In an exclusive with the New York Post, Trump said that he has always liked the H-1B visas and has been in favor of them. Trump's comments come just days after Tesla owner Elon Musk said in a post on his social media platform X that bringing top engineering talent from
Trump works for the Russians. Trump has had meetings with Putin for years. During COVID, Donald Trump sent Vladimir Putin to COVID test machines and kits while Americans were still unable to get tests. His real face has been out in the open for a long time. Donald Trump doesn't believe anything. He just wants money, power, and people to like him. Those are the only things he cares about. Everything else is a secondary. Everything else is someone else's ideology that suits and benefits him, and he goes along with it. If Donald Trump could have been rich and powerful by being a leftist and woke, we would have Comrade Trump right now. It's whatever is useful to him. And yes, WION are on the ball. But again, I would hope that good things happen in regards to how we treat Ukraine and Palestine and the situation with Russia, but I wouldn't expect help from the US president. Every president has met with the... Yeah, this is while he wasn't president, Red Sly Fox. This was the 4 years while he wasn't president, which he shouldn't have been doing. Having private phone calls, unreported, with a foreign country's president when you're the former president, as well as Elon Musk also having met with and spent time with Putin in person, and also having regular contact for years. Isn't one of the 7 oligarchs that inherited all of Russia's post-USSR an American? Probably, at least in part. I don't know who they are exactly. I haven't looked them up. I don't care enough. Accounts that suspiciously always say, as a black Jim Crow went pretty hard. I've never seen that, but that's totally a bot. Not when you're a former president. There's laws against it, Red Sly Fox. It's actually illegal because it could be a national security risk. There's a reason why the president still has to follow, the former president still has rules from the presidency that they have to follow. There's a reason why you can't bring classified documents with you, for example. It's a security risk. Now, Elon Musk can, technically, but he also can't because the United States has sanctioned Russia. So it is also illegal for Elon Musk to be making business deals and trying to sell Starlink and his own brand, X Tesla stuff, in Russia. That's illegal. So they've both committed crimes here because A, sanctions, B, national security laws. But the point here isn't even that. The point here is 2016, Donald Trump was talking about how he hates H-1B visas. And now he's not. Now he's saying that he's always liked them. One more time. Let me see. Trump. It's an old view on H-1Bs right here, as we saw. Wait, that's the wrong one. I mean, that's kind of what's happening here, but this is the correct one. Wait, again, that's also the wrong one. God damn it, I have too many links. Here we go. Now I got it. The H-1B program is neither skilled or immigration. These are temporary workers. H-1B is cheap labor program and institute an absolute requirement to hire American workers. First for every visa program and immigration program, no exceptions. I will forever end the use. This was 2016. Now he's in favor of it. Why? Because he doesn't believe anything.
Abroad is essential for America to keep winning. Musk's post sparked a debate between the tech billionaire and other anti-immigration Trump backers on X. With the former vowing to go to war over the issue, the post
So the point being that he agreed with Elon, which is unsurprising. This is Laura Loomer's reaction to this. Again, neo-Nazi. What's also sickening is the silence over extreme disrespect towards the MAGA base that worked so hard to get Trump elected. I guess since we don't have billions of dollars, we don't really matter. I hope Team Trump addressed the digital class warfare against MAGA. Class warfare! Laura Loomer, like, these people are so close to the truth, but they have to. Like, she's not an operative of the capital class. She is not out here saying this because she wants to benefit Elon. She's out here because she's a Nazi and would rather fight against the oligarchs and have retard socialism. Trump is for H-1B. He was against it before, he's for it now. Unless you're a billionaire, you don't really matter in the new America. In the new America, really? These people are mentally ill, the new America. If you haven't been a billionaire, you haven't mattered in America for years. I hope people wake up and realize that soon our free speech isn't as valuable as the tech right. Sooner people realize that, the better. Disgrace proof, you're silenced and categorized as spam. This is just fucking, like, class consciousness, guys. Get it through your head. The issue isn't left versus right. It's up versus down. The rich hate you. The rich hate you. The billionaires have always been in control. You have never had any rights. Your rights have always only existed at the grace of the capital class allowing you to have them. The logo for X should literally just be a swastika. True, at this point. I mean, actually, at this point, maybe not, because he cleansed all of the swastikas from Twitter. He got rid of all of the crazy racists. The groypers. They're banned. This is a former Trump voter, I suppose. That's it. I'm out. Donald Trump was captured by the Democrats who wrapped themselves in Republican clothing to get power and now have shed their hides. MAGA is dead. The left killed it. Trump has lost his base and now must be opposed. I am no longer a Trump supporter. Class war, guys? Is it coming? Are we doing it? Are we going to Luigi this thing? And by that, I mean in the verb sense of not committing violence. Of very peacefully looking hot and making people question society. I like that better. And the funniest bit now is today, Elon saying, please post a bit more positive, beautiful, or informative content on this platform. Like, be more positive, guys. It's getting so negative around here. Watch the whole platform turn black and yellow or something. It would be really funny. It'd be incredibly funny if they bully him into being woke. Like, he pretended to be a leftist for years prior to his swing to the right. Maybe we can get him back over there. He was never a leftist, obviously, considering billionaire, but pretending is funny. Yeah, this is in regards to conflict of interest with government contracts. This is how the mainstream media is talking about it, by the way, just to show you that they're all bought out and you can't trust any of these people for shit anymore.
In terms of the political aspects of what he.
We don't have American engineers, Anthony. That's why they want H-1B visas, because Americans are not smart enough to do the job. That was the justification, and it is correct. It's just how you fix it. I would be in favor of increasing education so Americans can be smart enough to do the job. They want dumb slaves that can come in and be indentured servants that you don't have to pay a living wage for and that can't unionize.
Wants to do on the Hill, and he has outsiders. And as much as people say, well, Elon is a billionaire outsider. First, I don't mind that they're billionaires. I like people that are successful. Where's the difference whether they're a billionaire or broke? I'd rather.
Yeah, well, you're in the hole. Cheeseburger Merv, I definitely thought they would at least make it to inauguration.
Have someone successful, and I like that it's an outsider and an engineer and not a politician and not looking for anything out of the game.
He's not that much of an outsider. In fact, one of the criticisms and the concerns is that he has billions of dollars tied up in government contracts.
He does, and this is a concern. Actually, it ties into what you said exactly, Cheeseburger Merv. The U.S. military does take a lot of skilled workers from U.S. companies. However, it doesn't need to be this way. It didn't used to be this way. Boeing is a great example. Now is a private contractor for the U.S. military. Back in the day, it wasn't a private U.S. military contractor. Having that is what made their quality decline. We have the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. We have people in the military that learn how to do engineering so that we don't have to pay private companies to do it. We just pay private companies to do it instead because it benefits those private companies, and the government is owned by the wealthy, by the oligarchs. We don't need them to brain drain from civilian industry, but they do because it makes the defense contractors and the overall rich more money, even if it reduces the quality of our productions, the quality of our planes, our bombs.
You don't see a conflict of interest here?
Everyone has a conflict of interest
But
at some
that's like
level.
a pretty big one.
Yeah, everyone has a conflict of interest at some level, motherfucker. You are a government contractor with ties to foreign countries for years now, are constantly posting misinformation online, have threatened the vice president's life, had the Secret Service come visit you. You're a defense contractor. Everybody has a conflict of interest is such a bullshit answer, because obviously the context of who you're talking about and the situation they're in matters.
Of dollars tied up in government contracts. You don't see a conflict of interest here?
Everyone has a conflict of interest
But
at
that's
some
like
level.
a pretty big one.
That's a pretty fucking big
the guy's
one.
worth $450 billion as of
Nearly
today and
6.
this month. So I don't think he's doing it for the money. He's doing it for the bigger project and the bigger vision of America. He doesn't need the dollar.
The rich people don't do it for the money, of course. Idiots. Then to talking about Elon, hey, Trump, who cares? Canada, Mexico, Greenland, Panama, first colonized Mars. We're not doing the Mars shit either. We might actually do part of Mexico. The Mexico stuff might happen. We'll see. It's hard to predict because they say a lot of bullshit and then they back it off it. Remember the tariffs on Mexico that we were going to institute? And then Donald Trump went on a phone call with Claudia Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico, to which they agreed on nothing. And then afterward, Donald Trump came out and said, oh, she agreed on everything, and they will be stopping the flow of illegal immigration from the border, and we don't need to put the sanctions on, and they just let it go, just forgot about it, pretend like we needed to. They're not going to do the mass deportations either. What they're going to do is deport maybe the 1,000 people they already have slated, the million people they already have slated for deportation. And then pretend that they did everything else. Just mission accomplished, yay! They're all gone. We deported 30 million people. I hope tries to invade Mexico. I'm Mexican. Well, so the thing is, yeah, Americans would do much worse in this situation of war with Mexico. Not because the Mexican military will lead us or anything, but again, a lot of our food comes from Mexico. A lot of our stuff we import from Mexico, and Mexicans are much more used to hardship and suffering than Americans are. Americans are not exactly used to not having what they want. A lack of luxury. We don't have the sauce to put up with that kind of shit. And yes, we do historically suck at invasions as well. So this, by the way, is just some there's a bunch of clips on this. It's all kind of brain rot. But Adrian Dittman here is Elon Musk. It's his alt account. Like I say, almost vemos cabrones. I see. I nos vemos cabrones. I don't know what vemos means.
To the United States of America.
I have literally just stated to you exactly what I have contributed, but your inability to receive this makes me believe that you are perhaps a retard.
You can tell that's Elon, right? Even with the shitty voice modulator on there. Mexican soldiers gonna sneak across the border. I mean, this all depends on whether or not we decide to do this. Think of the trouble we would be in if China, Mexico, and Canada suddenly decided to stop exporting goods to us. A lot of trouble, actually, Mert Nesper. We would be in very, very bad trouble.
To the United States of America.
I have literally just stated to you exactly what I have contributed, but your inability to receive this makes me believe that you are perhaps a retard.
More of him on his alt account.
Problem with.
Now, some people are saying this isn't actually Elon, and it's just someone that sounds like him. Whether it's him on his alt or someone that sounds like him doing this, it doesn't necessarily matter, but I think it is Elon.
Her primary focus is basically not just a problem with the product, but it seems to be a problem with Elon and anything Elon-like, given that I was literally the first thing she posted about. It's kind of obvious at this point that you have more of a problem.
See, that's Elon making a slip, talking about himself in the first person. I was the first thing she posted about. He's talking about Laura Loomer here.
With the person that you do with the product.
Cheeseburger Murph, we're already an American colony. Why would we be on the list? We're already there.
Honestly, I don't believe you're not me.
Yeah, that's a theory.
You
That's
are
a theory. People think I'm legitimately your clone. There's been theories that I'm one of your Neuralink experiments. Can you like clarify that I'm not one of your Neuralink experiments, or maybe I am and I wouldn't realize it? Because that shit's vast. How are your monkeys?
Well,
how are your monkeys? I don't know. How's your test subject?
No, the weird thing is you even ask questions in the way that I would ask questions.
It's Elon. I would have to see evidence that it's not.
Extreme legacy MAGA movement will have to deal with it as well.
Yeah, we're all losing brain cells, Anthony.
Oh, because that's how it is. And don't hate the fucking big tech bros. Because out of all of them, Elon is the only one that's giving all of these crackheads a fucking voice.
Mr. Garrison talking with Mr. Hat. Oxpecker, 10 out of 10. That is the message of the stream. I don't know how do I pin this? Why does it not let me pin it? Because that is what this is. This is Mr. Garrison talking with Mr. Hat.
I want you to try and pull that shit on fucking Facebook and see how long you last. You ungrateful motherfuckers, seriously. You keep crying censorship this, censorship that. You're not censored. Your takes just suck.
Remember, he also changed the algorithm so that if you get blocked several times, it makes you less likely to be recommended on the algorithm, so that you can gang up on people and block them to remove their ability to have any reach. Okay. Why is Elon dissing himself? Because he's lost his mind. Again, one more time, my favorite tweet that I've ever seen on Tumblr, not on Tumblr, I'm actually probably on Tumblr too, but on Twitter, my tolerance for ketamine is unlimited. The man has lost his fucking mind. That's a real tweet, by the way. He deleted it later on, but it is a real tweet. Maybe he is stuck in a K-hole. All right, so that's enough of fun. Let's talk about some atrocities. You guys ready for that? So we've been talking about poverty, views of people in regards to the poor, the homeless. We've been talking about crime a decent bit, and we have a decent amount of stuff to talk about in regards to police today. And it's not good. Hold on, I gotta work up to this, because it's... God, I hate talking about shit like this. We covered last week of a homeless woman on the subway who was lit on fire. This happened again, not on the subway this time. This time it was in Penn Station. It happened today. Another homeless person was lit on fire. because of people like Elon Musk and the right wing spreading misinformation regarding rising crime rates, especially in places like New York City, is causing an increase in crime rates, as well as we've talked about why violent crime happens, why crime happens overall.
The NYPD now investigating after a man was found with burns to both his legs and upper body at New York City's Penn Station. Police and fire responding to the scene and taping off the area Friday evening. Tonight, authorities say the 67-year-old man, who has not been identified, was rushed to the hospital, but is expected to survive. Law enforcement sources telling NBC New York the man appeared to be homeless, and a preliminary investigation revealing it does not appear to be self-inflicted. It is still unclear how the fire may have started.
Someone started the fire? Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Yes, someone started the fire, obviously. It's a homeless guy that was on, like, the floor, probably also sleeping at Penn Station. This is the second time in less than 7 days where a homeless person on the New York subway was lit on fire. All of this correlating directly with an increase of misinformation regarding rising crime rates in places specifically such as New York. These idiots should be paying more attention to Luigi rather than Elon Musk, and this is why this is happening.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. I'm unsure what to think about that.
This is a person right here.
The incident comes less than a week after the fatal burning of a sleeping woman inside a New York City subway car, who officials say appeared to be homeless. Brooklyn's DA, Eric Gonzalez, speaking on Friday after a grand jury indicted the man accused of setting and spreading the fire with murder and arson.
This was a malicious deed, a sleeping, vulnerable woman on our subway system.
Investigators say Sebastian Cepeda, a Guatemalan citizen who entered the U.S. illegally, watched from a platform bench as the woman burned. The 33-year-old was...
Undocumented immigrants also are right-wingers a lot of the time. In fact, we saw a lot of undocumented Hispanic immigrants be right-wingers this time. These are the people that listen to people like Donald Trump and Elon Musk and libs of TikTok and then go out and do shit like this. Go burning homeless people, poor people. They are trying to engage in class warfare by turning us against each other. Poor people are not the problem. Homeless people are not the problem. The wealthy are the problem. The wealthy are the reason people are poor. The wealthy are the reason people are homeless. It's not the homeless people's fault. Funny how passive the coverage of this is versus Luigi, because all of the news is owned by the bourgeoisie, the capital class. They hate Luigi. This ties into the idea of there's so much crime in New York that it's not class consciousness. Don't use that word. People aren't talking about, I don't know, the shooting of Brian Thompson in a positive way. They're talking about how bad crime is.
Was not present
Bullshit.
in court on Friday, and his attorney declined to comment afterwards. The violence comes as homelessness in the U.S. rose a staggering 18% from a year ago, according to the annual
18% rise in homelessness. Do you guys understand what this means? They fucking hate you, guys.
report issued by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The report noting the lack of affordable housing, the surge of asylum seekers, and natural disasters all as contributing factors. Tonight, the investigation is ongoing.
And yet there are still more vacant homes in the United States than there are homeless people that we can just give them to. Follow Luigi, it's the rich that's the problem, not the homeless guy down the street. Exactly.
No arrests have been made as police still try to figure out what caused that fire. Gotti?
Thanks. They're trying to figure out what caused that fire. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, we're going to continue talking about crime and police and stuff for a second, but on the subject of Luigi, I want to bring something up that I've noticed and I find really interesting. For a long time now, I've had this feeling that art in our modern day isn't reflective of what's going on in society, in the discourse of just generally our daily lives. Like, art has always been a reflection of what's happening, society, right? And not counting memes, because the memes are part of the discourse now. I wouldn't consider them art, but And also not counting the like movies and TVs that become sanitized and come out like years later after an event. But when's the last time you've seen like art that depicts things that are going on in the day-to-day, as it always used to be? That was the purpose of art, and that was how a lot of movements began, is by artistic depiction. I've been seeing a lot of art about Luigi all over the place, actually. So this is just somewhere in America. We have in New York City, deny, defend, depose. I have a better full version of this one. This looks like a really, this is probably the most circulated image I've seen. People want that stuff on t-shirts. So people don't, algorithms don't promote reflective art because the people in charge of them don't like what's being reflected. This is true. It's part of the reason why the news cycle shifts so quickly, is because there isn't art that reflects what's going on, and it makes people feel emotionally attached to the news, and then doesn't just dissipate immediately when the next bit of news comes in. We do need more art. We need more reflective art. We need artists that make stuff like this. So these are just protesters outside of the United Healthcare building. It's gonna have copyrighted music, but there was a decent amount of protesters there. See, look. Oh yeah, by the way, Luigi could not have been the shooter because he was in my house the day before. You know, he was in Australia. He would have had to fly in. He wouldn't have had the time. This is in the UK. Deny, defend, depose. This is in Oregon. I would consider this stuff art, by the way. I'd get a patch of that and put it in my backpack. Well, you might be able to. This stuff's all over. This is California. And again, this is the most circulated version that I've seen, but this is most certainly art. You should, for the movement, of course, Comrade Lennon. I would want a shirt of this. I would put a patch of this on something. This is excellently made, but also it's a direct reflection of the news footage that we've seen. And it's rare to find something like this. As Oxpecker said, the algorithm doesn't promote reflective art because the people in charge of them don't like what's being reflected. For a long time, art is what rallied the cause. Art is what got people conscious of what's going on, is what created the structures that produce the class movement. Why would the gun be hidden? Why should it be? The left has it, but shoutouts go a longer way than trusting that we can get onto people's recommended through merit alone. This is true. Which, by the way, thank you, Oxpecker, to you for doing the work of finding all the different channels for like me to raid and do the shoutouts for. It's excellent for the entire movement. And yeah, we just have to spread this stuff more. It's all goes back to community. But back to police. Few things happened this week. So this one's a little bit graphic, but I can show it. Oklahoma's Attorney General dismissed a felony assault charge against Oklahoma City Police Sergeant Joseph Gibson for doing what we're about to see to Lichvu, who suffered serious injuries, including a broken neck, an eye socket, and brain bleeding. Not guilty of felony assault.
That's what you're supposed to do.
I am the
71-year-old man.
Where your vehicle was located, your vehicle was not like that.
Sit down.
No.
You sit down. Get on the ground.
No. See, sir. No. Cho anh em lần. Anh đánh nó đánh lại. I need the ambulance.
That is art, Anthony. You don't. That's a silly distinction that you just made. And yeah, oh dear God is correct. 71-year-old man, not guilty of felony assault charges. Are you fucking kidding me? And also, yes, Oxpecker, like I've said before, the left needs to change our rhetoric to not sound like capitalists. This is what they did to this man. Not guilty. Not fucking guilty. Bullshit. Cop lost his temper? Fuck that cop. He shouldn't be allowed to ever be a cop ever again. His temper You know what? We're about to see several instances of cops losing their temper when they should be trained to not. I like the gun because it's reality, Anthony. The whole point is the gun. The whole point of the art is to be reflective of reality. If you take the gun out, then it is no longer what I was saying. Art that is reflective of reality. The shooter did not throw a pen at, yeah. What's his name plastered all over our screens? The cop's name is Joseph Gibson. Joseph fucking Gibson. 10 years in prison minimum for this guy. Yeah, minimum. But you're going to see a lot worse. There's actually some stuff that I can't even show you because it's that bad. But the Oklahoma County District Attorney, Vicky Behenna, charged Gibson this month after body-worn camera video released by police showed Gibson throwing Lich Vu to the ground after Vu touched Gibson during the argument. Literally just very barely touched him. Following a non-injury traffic accident on October 27th. As Attorney General, I will not permit Oklahoma's police officers to face criminal prosecution for conduct adhering to their training. While the outcomes of this incident is unquestionably devastating for Mr. Vu and his family, I do not believe the officer exhibited criminal intent. Fuck this guy. Yeah, but that's not reality. The pen does not also make a, like that's, first of all, you can argue whether the pen makes more difference than the sword, not in our current lifetime at least, but also the point is art that reflects reality, not art that reflects the ideal reality. Idealistic art is what we see all the time. I want reflective art of now. I want the art to be sad, depressing. I want it to be violent because that's the reality we live in. Having the nicer, sanitized version, as you're saying, leads to no critical thought. Philip Brailsworth is still serving a police officer as a police officer, and that's sick. Yeah, a lot of these people are fucking sick. You know, well, like what else happened? Here we go. This one actually kind of worked out, but this guy's still barely faced any consequences. LA Sheriff Deputy fired, agrees to plead guilty amid federal investigation into beating of a trans man. The sword controls who owns the pen. Look, I'm going to tell you guys a really quick joke. It's actually from Game of Thrones. A king, a priest, and a merchant are in a room. And there is a soldier in between them. And all three of the king, the priest, and the merchant are telling the soldier to kill the other. Who does the soldier listen to? It's whoever pays them. It's the merchant. Money wins every time. Money is greater than power. The pen is controlled by those who hold the sword, and the sword is controlled by money. That's not reality, though. We're not talking about trying to influence change right now. I'm talking about reflecting reality. You're saying the pen should be in place instead of the sword while we're watching police just brutalizing people. Absolutely brutalizing people. Now, I'm not saying you should go out and do violence. I'm not. You shouldn't. I legally could not, even if I wanted to, say that. But I am saying that I want the art to show the horrors and the atrocities that we have to live through. Look, I can show you this much of this video, and you tell me that influencing change through peaceful means is the way to make this happen. You think anyone gives a shit about peaceful means once they see this? They killed this man. They killed this man in a prison. We'll get to that next. Vast majority of these officers with legal authority to kill people are politically motivated. This is also true. So, Joseph Benza, 36, was charged December 17th with one felony count of deprivation of rights under the color of law for his involvement with an incident with then 23-year-old Emmett Brock. Benza and potentially additional employees had been relieved of duty, the Los Angeles County Sheriff said. Multiple sources within the department who requested to remain anonymous told the Los Angeles Times that at least 8 people were relieved of duty. They could not confirm how many employees were dismissed. Benza was responding to a potential domestic violence disturbance on February 10th. When Brock drove past him, gave him the middle finger, according to the plea agreement. Benza then abandoned the domestic violence call, followed Brock for 2 miles. When Brock pulled into a 7-Eleven, Benza parked behind him, activated his SUV's overhead lights for the first time. The former deputy then confronted Brock, body slammed into the ground, punched his head and face multiple times, pressed his face into the pavement. Brock yelled, "You're going to kill me, I can't breathe, please stop," during the attack, which left him with a concussion, bruising, cuts, caused vomiting, according to the plea agreement. They're doing violence against us, and we're not allowed to show it. I'm not saying you should do violence back, but I want to show the violence that exists in the art. I want real reality being depicted in what we see in our media, because the sanitized versions of it produce no change. When you have these sanitized versions, all you do is pretend everything's okay. We have to fight fire with fire. Violence does not weaken us. If nobody can fight fire with fire, we stay under that. What do you think fighting fire with fire is? Who is that disabled prisoner that was left in the freezer? I don't know that one. It's so bad. The thing is, like, I agree with you, Anthony, to a large extent, but also optically, we still need to show the violence. The violence is real. It exists. It affects everybody. You're outsmarting them. It doesn't work. They're all retards. We are smarter than them. It's not about outsmarting them. They don't believe in reality. It's about manipulating them. It's about forcing the change mentally through changing our rhetoric and adapting. What you're saying is what we've been trying to do for 8 years and has been failing. We have to grab some of their tactics and include them in ours. We just have to be moral about it while we do it. We don't have to be evil, but we need to use their tactics against them. Propagandize. That's propaganda. Showing that image is propaganda. Showing this image is outsmarting them and also using their tactics. Replacing this gun with a pen makes this useless. This is garbage then. You can just throw this away and it means nothing. It needs to reflect reality. We all need to watch Code Geass and learn about proper disruption. It's also my favorite anime. I've never seen it, but we can, you know what? Before we continue on with Robert Brooks, that's a good point. I just want to talk about, I'm going to bring up an alt-right video, an alt-right playbook video. We watched the first one of these last time. We're going to watch a second one now because it ties into directly what we're talking about in optics.
For the sake of argument, there's this feminist media critic whose work you respect.
Leviticus 18:22.
Say, for the sake of argument, there's this feminist media critic whose work you respect. Being an internet-savvy human in the information age, you sometimes share your opinions of her work on your various social media platforms.
Remember, guys, these are very old videos, but they're still relevant.
And you've noticed, whenever you speak positively of her, many different people come out to yell the same handful of things at you. It usually starts with, "How can you support that con woman after she stole thousands of dollars from people?" And you say, "No, she didn't steal anything. She ran a crowdfunding campaign that people contributed willingly to. And, overwhelmingly, those people seem satisfied with their donations." And they say, "Yeah, she asked for 100,000.
The point of this video, by the way, is to never play defense. That should be our next thing that we adopt. Never play defense with these fuckers.
$1,000 for a shitty little project. And you say, "No, she got 100,000 because people got excited about her work and gave her more than she asked for. But the original pitch was only 10K. Also, how many times have you given that number to people without looking it up? And they say, "Yeah, she asked for 10K and then never finished anything." And you say, "No, she..."
Again, pointing out that it's skipping half of what the response is. You can't fight fire with fire by educating them. You have to fight fire with fire by using these tactics, by going on the offense. And producing art is going on the offense.
Finished the project earlier this year. Of course it took longer than it was originally pitched. You get 10 times what you ask for, and you're kind of obligated to make a bigger project, because if you didn't, that would be running away with 90 grand. Now, by this time, you've noticed your interlocutor's position has changed from "she stole from people" to "she asked too much to begin with" to "she took too long to deliver," as though these are all the same argument. And you also notice the pattern of the
They will constantly shift the goalpost every time. They will never stop shifting the goalpost. So by trying to peacefully, optically using peaceful imagery to change this does nothing. You have to be offensive. You have to break in through the barrier. You have to pass the woke filter, or else they don't care. Now, most of these people are too far gone to save, but some of them aren't, and this is how you save them, by using these tactics that they used for 8 years. This video is 7 years old. It's worked for them for 8 years. Use it against them. Watch these videos, learn from them, pick them up.
Conversation. He says something short, quippy, and wrong. You give a detailed correction. He says something else short, quippy, wrong, and only tangentially related to his last point, and the cycle repeats itself. This goes on and on. And it's not you've noticed just this discussion. You find this manner of argument often when you express left-of-center beliefs. You talk about the election, someone says you vote Democrat because you must have a conservative father you hate. You talk about polyamory, someone says if you have more than one female partner, you must be a sexist. Or they just say you're faking a non-regional accent.
No one believes in reality.
Yeah. The running theme here is all these people who ostensibly want a frank exchange of ideas
You know why they don't believe in reality? It's because they don't see reality. We need reflective art so people see reality and engage with it by believing it. If they don't see the reality, then they won't understand it. It will take time. This entire thing is a complex system of steps to attain power. Exactly. And we need to use these systems to gain power. His last argument was not right. I mean, sorry, the orange guy, his argument is correct. The red guy is the retard. She did, by the way, produce larger content because she got 10 times more money. This is, I believe this is about, what's her name? Gamergate chick? Well, people gave her more money, and so she made the project bigger and took longer to produce it because it was a bigger project. Like, he's right. The orange guy is correct.
Time making accusations than asking questions. Because why ask what you believe when they can tell you?
Well, that's the point, NetFox. Of course the red guy's winning. Because that's how this works. He's not, the red guy is wrong about everything, and yet he wins. Why?
More time making accusations than asking questions. Because why ask what you believe when they can tell you what you believe and make you correct them? And if you ever don't go to the trouble of correcting them, must be because they're right. And your
power is the ability to hold the threat of violence over a group. That's what it is. Control over any socioeconomic group is power. And the threat of violence is what keeps the government in power.
Not naive. You see what's going on here. This isn't about conversation. No, this is about boxes. When you say something cogent that they don't agree with, and they get the sinking feeling that you might start making sense,
we're not talking about the government, NetFox.
They need a
Shut up and listen.
You're
doing exactly what the red guy's doing. You're doing this right now.
Feeling that you might start making sense, they need a reason not to listen to you. So they reach for a box to stick you in. Dishonest feminism, fake progressivism, daddy issue liberalism. No one in those boxes is worth listening to. Which means, as long as they've got you in
Anthony,
one, they're not at risk of having their minds changed. This whole thing isn't even an argument with you. Not really. They're presenting themselves with arguments for why they don't have to listen to you. So your first reflex is to defy their expectations. Actually, my dad was a draft-dodging hippie who told me he loved me every day. And I never said what genders my partners are, but I promise they're all feminists. As for my accent, actually, I don't know what to do with the accent thing, but the point
learn from the red guy. He's cleaning house because he's lying. I am telling you, learn from the red guy. Use these tactics against the right. This is what they do against us.
I refuse to fit in your box. And if they can't put you in one, if they can't dismiss you outright, they'll have to engage with your argument. But if you've spent any time arguing with angry dudes online, and it is mostly dudes, you know what I'm about to say. They don't. This accusatory, condescending attitude never falters, because a technique that has permeated anti-progressivism is to never play defense. Now don't get me wrong, what I said about the right fitting the left into
go on the offense.
Simplified boxes as a way of preserving their own egos, I do think that's a thing, at least for many people much of the time. And I think the reassurance it brings is why the technique stays so popular. But that framing is about how individual people are feeling in isolated moments, and leaves out the larger game that's being played. Because there is a long-term strategic value to never playing defense, and it's less to do with arguments than with attitude. From your perspective,
optically, attitude. This is why, by the way, when I say debates are a blood sport and who wins the debate isn't who's right, this is what I mean.
Debate about the feminist is a joke. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He comes in hot without confirming any of his.
I sent my liberal mom the never play defense video and she literally said, no, I will play defense. I just have to argue like that character from the West Wing. Jesus Christ. That's so sad, Altar Boy. That's liberals for you.
Assumptions. The whole conversation is you repeatedly schooling an ignorant dipshit. But that's only if you're the fool who listens to what's actually being said. Never play defense is a strategy that looks past language to posture. The tone, the word choice, even the expressions on your faces.
This is why red
wins. If you half focus your eyes and look not at the words, but at the flow of the conversation, you can see the dynamic at play. He says his short, quippy statement, and you give your detailed rebuttal. He then picks a single point from your response and attacks that as the new subject. Yeah. Now, to an onlooker, the logical brain would register that he's leaving.
That's why you don't feed the trolls.
90% of your argument on the table, and that by changing positions, he's conceding he lost the first round. But the lizard brain notices that he's always making the accusations, always in the dominant position, that he's always acting and you're always reacting. Regardless of what is...
This is the case. This is exactly what you were talking about, Netfox. As in, learn from this. The posturing is more important. Again, we don't live in a reality where half of America doesn't believe in reality. They believe what they're told. Elon Musk says if you see it anywhere other than on X, it's fake news. So, like, they don't believe science, data, anything, really, unless it comes from one of their master's mouths. So how do you fight against that? You play offense. You make accusations and make them defend. Use the strategy of say some bullshit. Call Elon Musk a communist. Call Donald Trump a communist. Make them go on the defense. Pick out one thing that they say and troll them. This is how they won for years. This is what they've done. Don't argue against the people that do this to you. If they're wrong, they're idiots. Move on. Go make fun of them and put them on the defense.
Said, he displays all the outward signs of winning. So on a purely emotional level, he leaves the impression of being right. And I have never had an argument look like this that wasn't in public. This is a technique that means speaking not so much to the other person as to the people watching. Liberals tend to operate as though voters are beings of
right-wingers have done. Any Trump debate, you can see this exact tactic.
Pure reason, and neglect that rational people still have emotions, and those emotions factor into what they believe. And that long after this argument is over, when people only half remember what was said, what lingers on is what impressions the speakers made. Ronald Reagan coined the
You shouldn't be, Anthony. They can't read. They're all like illiterate. Go on Reddit/teachers and go look, and you'll lose all hope you have for Gen Alpha. These are authoritarian tactics. I don't think we should use them on the left. No, they're not authoritarian tactics at all. They're not. These are propagandistic tactics, and the tactics themselves are neutral. It's how they're employed. Now, should we employ them against the left? No, but employing them against the right is necessary. You can't. Think about Aang in Avatar: The Last Airbender. Guy is a monk, guy is a pacifist. He still has to fight in the end against the people who don't stop. This is integrating and adapting so the left survives. I don't think we should lie. I don't think you should be immoral about it. Try and do it as best you can. And sometimes, you know, if you're morally fine with lying to right-wingers to trick them into believing reality, go for it. I don't care. I don't think that's immoral. If you don't want to lie, don't lie. Use this tactic with your integrity. Add it in there. You can do both. It's not an authoritarian tactic. This is just propaganda. And propaganda isn't good or bad. It's just employed in a certain way.
Phrase, if you're explaining, you're losing.
That's
the
what
trick
they
is,
believe.
If he's always...
That's what Ronald Reagan said, and that's what the right wing believes. So use it. Use it for good. You can use tactics that are often employed for negative outcomes, for evil, for good. Use it against these people.
What lingers on is what impressions the speakers made. Ronald Reagan coined the phrase, if you're explaining, you're losing. The trick is, if he's always accusing, then you're always explaining. This technique of winning by looking like you're winning isn't new, and historically it's been used by both parties. But modern liberals seem especially susceptible to it because it plays on one of their big weaknesses, which is, and I say this with love, the liberal fantasy of putting someone in their place.
This is true. We always want to be right, and we know that we're right. We know that the other side are a bunch of like window lickers, but you want to be right. Trevor Noah is not like, that's the thing. I don't think he's amazing. I think he's all right. He's a liberal. I don't even think Jon Stewart is amazing. I think he's also all right. I think he's better than Trevor Noah, not in like the comedy or running the show kind of way. I mean, as in like on the political spectrum. These are liberals. They're not leftists. They haven't crossed the border, so to say.
Anytime a free speech
and so they fall into this trap.
Fantasy of putting someone in their place. Anytime a free speech warrior gets the Bill of Rights quoted to them when racists get historical accuracy explained by an actual historian, liberals take screen caps. We put it.
I like Jon Stewart and I like Noam Chomsky. And Noam Chomsky is persuasive because you're not an idiot. Remember, 65% of America is functionally illiterate. They can't read a Harry Potter book and envision what's going on in their minds. The simplest text, like I'm thinking like 6th grade level text, 4th Harry Potter book. They can't read that. They can't. And so explaining facts to them will not win anything because they don't believe in facts. If you say a fact, they'll say, where did you get it? And you'll say an institution, and they'll say that's fake news. No matter what institution it is, it doesn't matter. They'll ask you for PhD level data to prove your fact when they're not able to read. They can't, let alone the PhD level data, they just can't fucking read. You can't fight them with facts. You have to fight dirty. If you don't want to fight dirty, then you've already lost. I'm sorry. A lot of anti-feminist content works on the strategy of conflating social ostracization with systemic oppression. Yes. Use these tactics. The systemic oppression does produce social ostracization. However, it's not feminism that's at play here. It's social media that causes this. So use it. Both. They can read the words, but they don't comprehend them, Anthony. That's what functionally illiterate means. Now, like Alpha is illiterate, not just functionally illiterate. 65% of American adults are functionally illiterate. They can read words, but they can't comprehend them. You can't write a story and have them, like, they couldn't read and comprehend Charlotte's Web, like a book that I read in like 4th grade for school. They would not be able to read that book and understand what happened in it, let alone the themes of it, but just the book. I'm honestly jealous of all the conservative people I know because they don't have to think about their lives as much. Don't be jealous, Altar Boy. They're all just as miserable. They just don't know it. And so they're miserable and they're angry at things that they don't know. They just react outwardly at anything because they are just as miserable. They just don't know where to point it to. Why do we allow them to vote? I mean, to be fair, we don't have any power, so.
It on Storify. We pass that shit around like it's theater popcorn. We live for the day an ignorant prick gets dunked on. I remind you, this was the central conceit of an entire TV show.
I don't say homosexuality is an...
Altar Boy, you brought up The West Wing.
We live for the day an ignorant prick gets dunked on.
I never said that. Don't put words in my mouth, Netfox. You always fucking do this. I will ban you.
I remind you, this was the central conceit of an entire TV show.
I don't say homosexuality is an abomination, Mr. President. The Bible does.
Yes, it does. Leviticus
18:22.
Chapter and verse. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions while I had you here. I'm interested in selling my youngest daughter into slavery as sanctioned in Exodus 21:7. What would a good price for her be? Does the whole town really have to be together to stone my brother John for planting different crops side by side? Can I burn my mother in a small family gathering for wearing garments made from 2 different threads? Think about those questions, would you?
This is not going to convince anybody. What I want is mandatory voting for everybody. I want everyone to legally have to vote. I don't care if they don't comprehend this. The plan is to get them to comprehend it over time. Dogs and cats can't read and they seem pretty happy and there is ignorance and joy. This is true when you're not a tool, a cog in the capitalist system. Dogs don't have to go and do labor all day for billionaires. cats don't have to go do labor all day for billionaires. They get to sit and be happy.
One last thing. While you may be mistaking this for your monthly meeting of the ignorant...
I also, yeah, our voting system in Australia is nice. We have mandatory and preferential voting, which I would like to employ in America, but our government is just as fucked. I just put out a new video on the subject. I want everyone to have to vote. Yes, that's democracy. Some people are retards. They still have the right and have to vote.
Tight-ass club.
Fix that issue. The issue isn't voting. The issue is they're too stupid. So fix it. I can't play that because it's copyright music.
The reason scenes like this are so satisfying is precisely because they activate the emotions. They present a world where giving a detailed explanation looks like winning, and where having one given to you looks like losing. Everyone wants to be Joseph Welch telling off McCarthy.
At long last, have you left no sense of decency?
But the right has learned that if you never look like you're losing, you can convince a lot of people that you're not. And if you keep your statements short and punchy, people will remember what you said better than they remember the long explanation for why it's untrue. If done correctly...
As in, the rich lie to you and they hate you. And they use you and your emotions and your anger to control you. That's it. It's just that simple. Don't play defense, go on the offense, and produce this effect in them.
You might even convince yourself that you know what you're talking about. Now, again, this is not exclusive to the right. This is how most teenagers argue, regardless of their politics, where it's less important to be right than it is to be better than someone.
Yeah, voting day should be a public
control
holiday.
The conversation, see previous video, the right has a full-bodied cocktail for manipulating how the left argues. But where it gets...
Also, see previous video, I also covered the, control the conversation video.
Dangerous is in how the alt-right has capitalized on this. This argument isn't just about sticking a woman in the lying feminism box so she doesn't have to be listened to. It's also signaling to anyone watching what box they should stick her in. Even if an onlooker recognizes that she literally did not con anyone out of their money, the idea that how much she asked for or how long she took to deliver are relevant to her credibility is still planted in their heads. It subtly suggests that the next time they feel threatened by
Good guy, Dari, you might not actually be an anti-feminist then. You might just be thinking you are because the other people that you watch are retards. And I'm not. I see a lot of authoritarian leftists use these tactics to own people who disagree with them, and it's very culty, childish behavior. You shouldn't use this against the left. This is tactics to be employed against only the right. And unfortunately, yeah, we do have a lot of idiots on the left too. And there are authoritarian leftists. I'm not one. I believe in liberty. I'm closer to the, I'm a libertarian socialist, so I'm closer to anarchist than I am socialist. I am still a socialist, so I'm not a full anarchist. But I believe that you shouldn't have control, power, any system of control, power, oppression over other human beings needs to be justified by the people exhibiting that control, power, or oppression, and if they fail to do so, it should be dismantled. However, that's in an ideal world. We don't live in the ideal world. We live fighting against oligarchic fascism. And so we need to employ tactics that are authoritarian to fight the authoritarians. It's not fascist to kill all the Nazis, for example. It would not have been morally bad for the Nuremberg trials to sentence every Nazi to death. Why am I losing? Because we're not loud enough, and because a lot of people are too dumb to understand cooperative systems of engagement and think that someone needs to be in power, that we need a state. Like you believe that we need a state. I don't. And also, you're losing too, motherfucker. I think the reason so many people like Andrew Tate and Hassan debate was because Tate looked like he was losing. That matters much more. Well, yeah, debates are a blood sport. It's gladiator fighting. You win not based on who wins, but based on who seems to win. Isn't it conflicting if you want freedom for everybody, but you believe absolute majority of people isn't able to comprehend? Well, at the moment, yeah, but my goal is a long-term goal that I've talked about that we can't have in my lifetime. You need to build the systems to get there. You do, Anthony. You change the rules with everybody else. It's direct democracy. I've talked about this before, and I do believe in the general public. I just believe that right now they are purposefully indoctrinated and made stupid. I don't think libertarian socialism can be enacted in my lifetime. That's still my ideology. I'm still right.
Female media critic, maybe they should look at how much money she makes, how long her work takes to produce. Maybe they don't have to listen to her because they've got this handy box.
What do you mean algorithms?
So what's most valuable to the alt-right
algorithms.
isn't who wins or loses any individual arguments, it's the mechanics of the argument itself. It's the boxes.
Cat thrower, the lives of a lot of people would have been worse no matter who won in this election. It's just a lot more people's lives are going to be worse because of it. Okay, you believe that states are stupid, Lennon, but at the very least, you still believe in power structure, in hierarchy. You think that there needs to be someone in charge, and I think that we can have cooperative engagement where nobody's in charge, where there is a bureaucracy superstructure that is disconnected and decentralized and has no power, exists only to engage and communicate with other decentralized city-state-esque land pieces, and the people of those communities as a whole combined make relevant decisions that affect everybody, and people in those communities make decisions that affect those communities. It's cooperative, it's direct democracy.
Over the last several years, the far right has pushed hard on a number of reductive categories. The cultural Marxism box, the reverse racism box, even terms like beta and mangina are just shorthands for the failed masculinity box. The alt-right is a veritable box factory, putting huge swaths of leftist rhetoric, most especially that would rebut their core positions, into categories where they can be summarily ignored. And these myths have power if and only if they are immediately recognizable to a lot of people. And one function of this aggressive posturing is
that's the thing. Neither the Democrats nor the Republicans work for you. The Republicans and the Democrats both want to make your lives worse for the benefit of the rich, the capital class. The Democrats just are slower about it, and the Republicans press the gas pedal all the way down. That's the only difference. Neither of them work for you. The issue isn't top down, we need change. You need to make change from the bottom up. What is Orwell doing here? Orwell should be here the whole time. Have you not noticed the right wing is speaking newspeak, guys?
Lot of people. And one function of this aggressive posturing is that they want to provoke an argument. To be so pompous that you are itching to publicly take this asshole down.
Join the Discord. We can brainstorm some. That's not a bad idea.
Gives that asshole access to your followers. It's about them introducing a myth to your audience and reinforcing that myth for theirs. And that myth gets spread even when you feel like you're winning.
And to top this off, in relation to your let's workshop box ideas, we call these people Nazis and fascists, and it makes them feel good about themselves. They like being called Nazis. They like being called fascists. They like being scary. They like being the villain in the movie. They want to be the Joker. So call them cringe, call them weak, emasculate them, and make them feel like they want to hide. That's how you fight these people. Anarchism is flawed. It would fall apart. I do agree this. I don't think you need a centralized entity. I think you could do this through a decentralized bureaucratic superstructure that has no power in and of itself, but can function as an emergency communication method between the decentralized states and organized people. So we do box them, calling them Nazis, but they also are Nazis. They do believe in the same things Nazis believed. But we need to stop calling them Nazis because it makes them feel good when we call them that. Whether it's correct or not doesn't matter. I'd rather call them commies than Nazis because they'll at least get mad at that. It doesn't have to be true. It just has to be not immoral.
I can't tell you the best way to deal with this, but I do know one way, which is to keep control of your own story. When someone comes out the gate with accusations, it's a big red flag that they are not arguing in good faith, which means you are not required to argue with them. When someone says something untrue, you can just tell your audience what the truth is without acknowledging the lie or the one repeating it. A detailed explanation does land a lot better when it's not being contrasted with a soundbite. Decide for yourself how your audience gets acquainted with a popular fiction, and never be too proud to delete a comment. In this political
use these tactics. If a leftist hierarchy can circumstantially justify itself, then it is what it is so long as social dependency remains a two-way street. If that becomes a problem, then aesthetically one side has more genuine swag. I'm confident in that. I suppose, yeah. Look, my real main gripes is The removal of capital needs to happen. You can't switch to socialism by having state state socialism. You can't have market socialism. You have to remove capital entirely all at once. Money's gone. Private property gone. Capital gone entirely. On top of this, I think the overall goal of the left should be to dissolve as the left. The goal should be to no longer need a left, to produce a cooperative environment where we are all the proletariat. The only people that we are fighting against is the rich, who's making us fight against each other. There are 1,000 billionaires in America, and they are the only issue. They are your biggest enemy. Where is it on my wall? I don't know if you can see it. Right there. The only dangerous minority is the rich. It went away in Leninist theory. It didn't go away in Leninist reality. Lenin. That's kind of the issue. All right. Now, after we understand this, of controlling the conversation, of never playing defense, I need you to absorb all of this because I need to go pee. And when we come back, we're going to talk about some police brutality. And I'll answer your chats when I come back. 2 seconds. All right. Geez, okay. A lot of chats. A lot of chats. In general, I agree with this video, but only because the discussions are pointless unless you debate Biden and he fails. Well, I mean, discussions are pointless, and I do have a video about Biden that I want to look at in a little bit. Stalin did that. Lenin died before he could do anything. They didn't get rid of capital immediately. That was the main issue. Hey, Zachap, good to see you. Good to see you. So, let's talk about some police brutality. Oh, Anonymous A. I noticed a long time ago that folks on the right use the same fighting tactics as my narcissistic brother. He always made minced meat of me in fighting until... Oh, holy shit. Thank you. I really appreciate that. My God. Cat thrower. You're a G. All right. Not entirely. We can debate that another time. We have police brutality to talk about. This is horrible. This is so bad that I can't show you the full clip. I have the full clip. I want to show you the full clip just so you can really get an understanding of how bad this is. But I can't in good faith. No, genuinely, like I don't think that it's a good idea to share. I can read the description. Let me read it, and then you guys tell me whether I should even share this or not. Pro-state leftists are just liberals, IMO. They don't aim for class abolition. True, Zachap. True. So, corrections officers punched and kicked a handcuffed and shackled inmate in the groin and chest during a fatal attack at a prison in central New York this month. Video footage released just now. God damn. So the footage was recorded by body cameras worn by 4 officers. It was made public by Letitia James, the state attorney general, as part of her office's investigation into the death of the man Robert Brooks and the beating that ensued. This is not art, though, Anthony. There's a difference. Among other things, the video showed one corrections officer using a boot to kick Mr. Brooks, whose face was bloodied, then forced him onto his back on an infirmary examination table, while another officer punched Mr. Brooks in the upper body. Ms. James said that the 8 officers released depicted shocking and disturbing behavior. Now, from what I'm hearing, and you know what? Fine, I will post the full video in the Discord. I'll do it. From what I'm hearing, is the officers that physically touched Robert Brooks are going to be getting criminal charges, whereas the ones that haven't will not. It's in stream discussion in the Discord. Sorry, let me just give a role to Alter Boy over here. All right, so you can go check it out over there. It's pretty bad. Valorant, you gifted me in Rhyzom's channel yesterday. Thank you for that. Yeah, Valorant is being nice here. The state is a tool of one class to generate class distinctions. This is also true. The entire point of a state is to perpetuate class and really hierarchy of control structures, of power structures. Again, I believe that any system of power, control, or oppression should be required to justify itself in order to exist when challenged. If it fails to justify itself, then it should be dismantled. How do you define what's justifiable? They have to convince you. If they fail to do it, gone. Oh, holy shit, thanks for the sub as well, MZV. Now, I do not take lightly the release of this video, especially in the middle of the holiday season, she said during an online presentation, but as the Attorney General, I have to. Fair enough. So, Mr. Brooks was black and all the officers in the video appeared to be white. Miss James did not mention race in her description of the beating, but in a watchdog report issued last year about the same prison, Marcy Correctional Facility, nearly 70% of inmates who were interviewed reported racial bias among staff members. 70%. 70. No, none of them will be charged with terrorism. Of course not. Even though, I mean, they're arguably using terror as a tool more, and a lot of them do also have political dispositions. So I think it is an unwritten rule that in prison, if you attack a guard, they didn't attack the guard. That's not what happened here. The guards killed this man. They lynched him. They murdered him. The video were released 2 weeks after the deadly attack. Several days after Kathy Hochul said she was moving to fire 14 prison workers implicated in the attack. So a lot of them lost their jobs, but not all of them are going to face criminal charges, not federal felony charges, which would mean that they can lose their jobs. A lot of these workers can come back unless they get charged with a felony. The footage was previously described as horrific by members of Mr. Brooks's family and incomprehensible, which is kind of true. By the prison's officers union, the videos do not include sound because the officers didn't turn on their body cameras. The body cameras recorded a half hour without sound as a backup, as a safety, but they didn't turn on their body cameras before they did this. The body camera video shows officers punching and kicking Mr. Brooks as he lies on an infirmary table with his handcuffs behind him. At one point, 2 officers yank him up and drag him to the back of the room where they press him against a window. He sinks down. The officers hoist him back up, push him back against the window. A short time later, Mr. Brooks sinks down again and the officers lift his body, which appears limp, into the air. I know it's not a status in neither remarks, but libs misinterpret and ruin it for everyone. This video talks about how Lenin is anti-state and how MLs are just bastardizing Marx and Lenin. We can have a look at it at some point when that's the topic. In this video, I had too much to talk about today, but I will throw that in my sources. So thank you, Zachap. I do appreciate that, and I think Lenin might as well. Again, I can show you about this much of this video. That is helpful though. Of stuff we need to talk about. Again, trigger warning, guys. This is like, I'm hoping that at the very least, since it's in New York Times, I'm not going to get like banned for showing you this. They killed him. They lynched him. They literally like wrapped shit around his neck and lynched him. And again, the only reason we even have this is because of the safeties on the body cams. They didn't turn it on. And that's why we have no sound. All of these people deserve to be in prison for the life sentences for these guys. If you want to see the full video, it's in the Discord, so go have a look. I kind of feel bad for sharing it. I mean, like, but we do, like, I'm really fucking mad about this, and you should be too. We've covered now 3 instances of police violence in this video, just from, like, this week alone. This is by far the worst I've seen in a long time. They probably labeled the guy they killed as a terrorist. Not that I've seen so far. I mean, he was already in prison as well. But again, we just watched the second case of a homeless person being lit on fire in New York. And this happens because people are, they blame poor people. They blame black people. They don't understand class consciousness. Again, this is why I've been, when we covered Laura Loomer and like the Elon Musk fight, I kept saying that these people are retard socialism. It's because they understand class consciousness, but then instead of understanding that it's the wealthy and the oligarchs and the capital class that oppresses them, they point to something like immigrants and Jews as the reason instead. They get so very close, but they're just not smart enough to make the jump over. Mr. Brooks is next seen on his back on the examination table, motionless and bleeding. Officers strip him to his undergarments, rub his chest, and 2 medical workers stand nearby. The footage does not show Mr. Brooks doing anything to provoke an attack or incite officers to continue. Several officers appear to be the main aggressors, while others walk in and out of the room, chatting amongst themselves and watching their colleagues treat Mr. Brooks like a rag doll. Every single one of these cops should be in prison for the rest of their lives. Every single one of them. No one tried to stop it. Not a single person. This is psychotic. You saw the full video, Anthony, so now you understand what I mean. It's not so easy to go against the grain. Fuck that. That's pussy shit. Skill issue. Go against the grain. I don't give a fuck. It's not easy. The systems aren't like built. Humans are built to be passive when a large group agrees with something that is wrong. And that's how Hitler got elected. That's how Trump got elected. I don't care whether like it's easy or not. It's the right thing to do. If you gave a shit about anything, if you had any morals as a cop, you would have stopped this. If this was your colleagues, you should punch your colleague in the fucking mouth and stop them. Are you kidding me? If I was this guy, I would be starting a fight with this guy right now. I'd be rocking him in the mouth. I don't care if I lose my job. They're killing this man. Stand up for what's right and take the L when you get it. People will support you if you do, by the way. If you take the L because you stood up for what's right, there are other people around that will support you. You will not get as big of an L as you think you do. Go against the grain and don't allow social structures and to just like allow you to be appeasing, to not fight back. It is your legal responsibility if you are in public and you see someone about to commit a violent crime to report them, to stop that crime. It is your legal, like, responsibility. You have to call the police if you know someone's going to commit a crime. Why does that not apply to these fucking people? It should. You have to do it. They don't. Your devil's advocate argument doesn't work in public. If you're sitting next to a guy on the train who's talking about how he's going to get off the train and do a shooting, you are legally responsible for reporting that to try and stop it. They didn't. Mr. Brooks, 43, was declared dead at Utica Hospital early in December. Officials said the Onondaga County Medical Examiner's Office is conducting an autopsy and will determine the cause and manner of his death. The autopsy had not been completed as of Thursday, according to a spokeswoman. In the court filings this week, state police investigators said preliminary findings from the medical examiner's office showed concern for asphyxia due to compression of the neck as the cause of death, as well as the death being of the actions of another. This should be like George Floyd level shit. Like, this should be getting as much anger and energy as George Floyd did. They lynched this man in prison for no reason. No, like, discernible reason. Not anything that's been declared. The video shows that at several points, officers appeared to choke him and forcefully pick him up and push him down by the throat. They did. Doomerism benefits the capital class. This is true. So, the attack and death came to light. Yes. Use of force. Mr. Brooks was identified as the victim the next day. He had been serving a 12-year sentence after pleading guilty in Monroe County to first-degree assault and stabbing of his former girlfriend. Okay? He doesn't deserve that. Not that. We looked at the video. I don't think... I wouldn't wish that on a Nazi. Like, genuinely, I wouldn't wish what these cops did to this guy on a Nazi. I would just prefer to just end the Nazi right then and there, not do this to them. No one ever has ever done anything that deserves to be treated in this way. I work in law enforcement. I feel sick seeing stuff like happen like that. All those officers should be charged with murder. Yeah, they should be. I agree. And I'm good to know that there's at least some people that work in law enforcement that aren't like this. Like, it's all of these people should be in prison for murder, except only the people that actually touched him are going to get charged with felony criminal charges. So the corrections employees implicated in the attack, 13 officers and a nurse, were placed on administrative leave amid the investigation. The State Police and Corrections Department's investigation, blah, blah, blah. The Attorney General is empowered to investigate the deaths of civilians and encounters with police and correction officers. You know, this, come on, give me, like, what's the consequences here? Mr. Brooks was fatally and violently beaten by a group of officers whose job was to keep him safe. He deserved to live. This is true. And also, again, this prison has a 70% rate of violence based on ethnicity. Cultipuff, I couldn't show the full video on YouTube. It's too violent. I think it goes against TOS. If you, like, how long was the video that you watched? Because, oopsie, shit. The video I have is a minute and 44 seconds, and it's too violent that I think that it goes past YouTube's terms of service. I wonder if they crushed his throat, they choked him so long that he suffered, well, he died of asphyxiation, most likely. They likely choked him and either broke his, like, windpipe or choked him long enough that he suffered brain damage. Yeah, that's the current likely cause of death. I'm not going to risk it. I'm just saying, like, if you haven't seen the full video, I have it. I kind of hope you didn't. Now, Kochel said committed to holding everyone accountable. Yeah, never risk, to be honest. People watch in bad faith all the time, too, which is why I didn't want to put it up anyway, because I know a lot of people watch that shit and don't actually care to change anything. Which, in, like, based on a conversation I was having earlier on art that needs to reflect reality, that's the difference, by the way. Just really quick as a pause here, as Anthony said, I should show this because it reflects reality. And my argument was, we need more art like this because this is art that reflects reality and makes class consciousness be on the front of people's minds. People think, and I haven't seen much art that reflects what's going on outside in a long time. And the argument was that, like, the gun is too violent. And my argument is that a sanitized version of this has no point. You need art that shows the dark, the despair, the violence, the pain that we're all suffering, because art historically has been what it should not be. A pen. If it was a pen, this is worthless. It's worthless with a pen, Anthony. Art historically has been what has instigated revolution, instigated class consciousness. People, like, you don't have to agree with me. I'm just, like, re-explaining my opinion. This is what's gotten people energized, and the art needs to reflect reality. If you don't have it reflect reality, if you sanitize it, then it makes people complacent. Actually, Zachap, that's the exact video that I'm quoting right now. Goddamn, 10 out of 10. We can watch that after we read this. That's actually really important in relation to this, and I want more of this. I just want to know what, like, these people are getting as consequences. So quickly, we forget to remind the public that these people downplayed a lot of live stream of MAGA conspiracy theorists putting his dad's head on a table. I don't even remember that, but that's the thing. It's the downplaying and the forgetting. All of that ties into a lack of art. Art being constant and evoking emotion is what keeps people paying attention to the thing. Memes aren't art. They're part of the discourse, and so the news cycle moves very quickly. So, okay, on Friday, these people were facing termination, according to the department, are Michael Mashaw, Glenn Trombley, Officer Matthew Gallagher, Nicholas Anzalone, Nicholas Kiefer, David Kingsley, Robert Kessler, Michael Fisher, Christopher Walrath, and Michael Along, Shi Song, and David Walters, Kyle Deshaw, and a nurse. All of these people were dismissed. And yes, I do know the mimetic warfare booklet. It's also what's being used against us all the time, but that's a whole other conversation. You mean, you were right, Zachap, 10 out of 10. All of these people need to go to prison for a very long time. Actually, you know, I said we were gonna watch that art video, but I can't. I don't have the time. We'll watch it another time because we're still on police brutality. Because you know what else is another issue that ties into this? The prison system. Let's watch a quick video on that. So this is about Rikers Island. It's 2 years old. This is about jail, not prison, in New York. This is the conditions inside of a lot of America jails, prisons, correctional facilities in general. I lived with a nurse who worked at a jail in North Carolina. They're all like this.
Rikers Island, New York's massive jail complex, just a few miles from Midtown Manhattan, and scene of a humanitarian crisis.
What are some words you'd use to describe Rikers Island?
Hell. Plain and simple, hell.
Benji Lozano recently spent 5 months in Rikers, serving the remaining sentence from a 1997 assault conviction after his recent parole from decades in state prison on a separate conviction.
What do you see in these pictures?
I see myself. I see everything that I experienced while I was at Rikers Island. I see inhumane conditions. I mean, look at that. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's so much worse than just this.
There's not anything being done about what's happening at Rikers Island.
Photos obtained by the New York Post last fall show detainees jammed in the intake area. Lozano says he spent weeks living like this.
Feces all over the wall.
Yeah, it's not a good place. Our factory, NYC, this is most of the prisons in America, by the way. If it's a private prison, it'll be cleaner, but it'll be worse for you.
Operable restrooms, toilets would not flush, the sinks would not work. It was disgusting.
By the way, this system of treating prison, this produces more crime. You guys understand this, right? Like all of this produces crime, does not help it, does not reduce crime. It does not make these people change. It makes them better at being criminals. Do you know Kay and Skittles YouTuber got a great vid on police training and another about prison solid. Damn, Zachap, can you like link me these things? These would be all very useful videos. You can also like link them to me on Discord if you want, but no, I don't actually know Kay and Skittles.
And you might be surprised who agrees with him.
People were
also, please like the video on YouTube, guys. It helps.
Until last month, Vincent Schiraldi was in charge of Rikers Island.
This is coming from the guy who ran the facility.
Vincent Schiraldi was in charge of Rikers Island.
No recreation, health care was not available to people because we couldn't get them to their doctor's appointments. People weren't making court appointments on time.
Violence.
So again, you don't make your court appointment on time. You don't get to go to the doctor. How is that legal? It shouldn't be, obviously.
He says was rampant.
What would you say is the percentage of prisoners who have weapons?
You know, there were several units that were unstaffed completely. There was no correctional officer physically in the unit. And I can't remember looking under a sheet or a mattress and not seeing a shank under one of them. Because frankly, anybody would want one to keep themselves protected because there was no correctional officer.
There was no correctional officer. These guys have shanks and they're just hanging out. That's what you want to put these. You think that this produces a change in crime? You think this reduces crime?
NBC News recently obtained more than 100 hours of surveillance video from inside Rikers. Scenes like this, an attempted knifing averted by an officer, and an inmate organized so-called fight night where some detainees were forced to participate.
Who was running the place?
The inmates run the facility.
I'd rather go on the front lines in Ukraine than be a prisoner guard there. I mean, based and true.
The footage came to light as part of a lawsuit brought by the New York County Defender.
Nah, this is not South American gangster citadels. This is just America's prison system.
Services on behalf of a client awaiting trial, who argued he should be released because of the unsafe conditions inside Rikers. In a groundbreaking decision in December, a judge agreed, finding the city's Department of Correction utterly...
How bad does the prison have to be that someone who is convicted gets to leave? Sorry, someone who's like in prison gets to leave because it's too unsafe. The conditions are too bad that the judge says, all right, you know what, you can get out. How bad does your jail have to be?
Failed to prevent the crisis at Rikers Island.
Under your leadership, was it dangerous?
I wrote to all the judges and all the district attorneys and said, I cannot guarantee the safety of people that get sent here.
Dangerous to inmates and for jail staff?
It was dangerous for everyone who was in there, for the medical staff, for the correctional officers, and for the people who were incarcerated there.
This is just one jail. This isn't prison. And in our Constitution, by the way, you know, slavery is legal if you're in prison, right? You know, that's like the private prison industry stocks went up higher than any other industry the day that Trump won the election. You know that, right? They want more of this. They are also going to make you do labor.
It's worth noting the majority of those being held at Rikers are awaiting trial and presumed innocent.
This is where people who are presumed innocent go. Innocent. You think you have any rights? You think the rich give a fuck about you when you're innocent and you're put in
breaking leases on which came to light.
Where there's inmate fucking fight nights. Your state can't make it illegal because the federal government trumps your state government. The prisons in your state have slavery, Anthony. Your state constitution does not go above that of federal if federal wants to apply it. And under Trump, they will. You might have had the right to not, while Biden was. Yes, it is true. Hold on. This Constitution. Slavery. Thirteenth Amendment. Amendment to the United States Constitution provides that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for a crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to its jurisdiction. If you've committed a crime and been convicted, they are allowed to make you a slave. It's in the Constitution. It is the 13th Amendment.
The judges and all the district attorneys and said one who was in there for the medical staff, for the correctional officers, and for the people who are incarcerated there.
Yep, they do actually. Also, if your state has signed a contract with a for-profit prison, your state is mandated to fill a certain amount of beds. And if you can't arrest enough people to send to the private prison, you still have to pay the prison for the empty beds. And also, I think there's a fine in it.
It's worth noting the majority of those being held at Rikers are awaiting trial and presumed innocent.
And this is innocent
people. They're treated worse than many prisons in which people are fully convicted.
Was it possible to come to a place like Rikers and melt in and not be affected by any of this?
I don't see how that's possible. I mean, some people are heroes and they can withstand no matter what you throw at them, but the vast majority of people left Rikers worse off than when they came in.
A court-appointed federal monitor of Rikers recently reporting conditions have progressively and substantially worsened. Schiraldi says one of the most pressing problems, a union contract that gives officers unlimited sick time. He points out that of the more than 7,000 officers at Rikers, up to a third
PPG knows everything, but he did not know this. I love that you refer to yourself in the third person.
Show up on any given day. For 6 years, Serena Townsend was in charge of investigating misconduct.
Now, remember, this, in relation to this, should make you fucking furious. This should produce the effect that George Floyd had in this country. You should be out screaming about how they're killing you. All of you. This isn't just black people. This isn't just colored people. This isn't just poor people. It's all of us versus the 1,000 of them. There's 8 billion of us. Do better. We need to abolish unions to make the situation better. You're insane. And they would with Trump in power, Anthony. They wouldn't have done it with Biden in power, but absolutely will. They talked about using the National Guard to invade blue states that work as sanctuary cities. You think that they're going to care about your state constitution? They literally want to create a land army of National Guard to fight against the National Guard of a blue state who wants to keep ICE out. You don't have any rights anymore. It's not the unions that are the problem, NepFox. It's the system as a whole. The unions are a whole other thing. The union here works to give labor rights to the police. It has no difference on this. All of the systems that are inactive prior to that still produce this effect. You could take the union away and you won't change anything. This would still happen.
Conduct at the jail.
Was there a pattern of misconduct?
There might just be more cops there beating brown people. That would be the only difference.
That you noted during your time there?
Absolutely. Absolutely. With respect to sick leave abuse, that was happening on a rampant level. People were calling out sick, and then...
the people who worked here hated working here because it was depressing to work here.
When we would go and check on them, they were not actually at home sick, they were out. Once we started ramping up the investigations into the sick leave abuse, they just stopped calling.
I don't give a fuck about the sick leave abuse. I don't care about that at all. At all. I care about the fact that this is happening in this prison. I don't give a fuck about the prison guards and their like labor union. That has no relevance in this. The issue here is the prison system is built to not protect you. It's built to house you, to enslave you, and to use you. It's meant to demolish any bit of self-esteem that you have, to break down who you are as a person and leave you like that. That's the prison system. Congress could theoretically pass legislation addressing prison labor nationally, but they like it. Why would they? They work for the capital class. Are you insane? They don't give a fuck about states' rights. They just don't want to be regulated by federal agencies. Yeah. Who gives a shit about how many times these people are calling out sick for work? The point here is the prison industry wants to enslave you.
Completely. And they started
going... And innocent people in prison are being abused.
AWOL.
As well
so
as
there were
innocent,
patterns
like non-innocent people.
Of sick leave abuse and just not showing up to work.
Oh, fuck you.
Then 100 days.
Look, again, this should make you as mad as George Floyd. And you want to see what's worse about prisons? Thank you to the chat for linking this, by the way. The fact that we even still have solitary confinement.
And this is Skittles, architect. In the 1700s, the English...
I don't give a fuck. The issue isn't the staff and the transport. The issue is the system. The prison should be closed.
Legal system was crude.
The entire
Serious
judicial
offenders
system
would
needs to be
face the
reformed.
gallows, while those convicted of lesser crimes might be publicly flogged or put in stocks to be basically...
All right, let's skip to like the actual video. Understanding what prison is like, what we do to these people. It's inhumane. We need to abolish this system. This system as a whole should not exist, Netfox. That's why I don't care about the staff, is because prison as a whole is not useful in this way. We don't really, the people we send to prison should be like, maybe like 1/50th of the amount of people we do actually belong in prison. You understand that, right? That it doesn't produce good outcomes, that these people are not coming out of prison any better. What do we do? Reform them? Duh. Educate them. People don't do crime because they're bad. They do crime for reasons like economics. They do, like, we've talked about this before, in that when you're poor, you're more likely to drink and do drugs. And then, bam. More violence. If you're poor, you're more likely to steal. That's another crime. I don't care about these people. Like, they're crimes, rather. They're minor things. The issues there are they need more money. You can raise people's wages and you'll reduce crime. If you want to rehabilitate criminals who are repeating criminals, then you send them to rehab centers instead of prisons. You want to reform? Yes, I do. I do. No, I don't. I think child molesters should at least get the chance to go to the reform place. Now, do I think that prison as a whole is useless? No. I think we need prison. I just think that the vast majority of the people that we put in prison don't belong in prison. Prison is where you put people that cannot be rehabilitated and are a danger to the society as a whole. And that's because I don't believe in the death penalty. That's the only place, that's the only people that belong in prison, are the people that you cannot rehabilitate after you have tried. And thank you, PPG. That's the thing. Even the child molesters should have a chance at the rehab edition of this. We obviously would need systems built around this, professionals working for it. Then they go to jail. And to be fair, you don't let them out until you're confident that they've learned. It's part of the system. You build a system. You're asking me to describe a system that isn't built. You're like, I'm not a lawyer or a sociologist. You're telling me I need to build you a system that makes perfect sense right now. Whereas the system that we have produces worse outcomes every single time. When you put someone in prison, they come out worse, more like violent, more drug addicted, a more credible risk to the people around them. We need reformism. Now, obviously, not everyone can be reformed, and you need professionals, psychologists on staff, for example, that could tell you, whether this person is ready to be released or not, or whether they're making no progress. We need to start applying consequences, like, hey, listen, you really got to try harder, or you're going to go to the other place. You have to put an effort in. We can fix the prison system easily, just give inmates the right to vote. That too, inmates do deserve the right to vote. Everyone should have mandatory voting, just straight off. Right off the bat, everyone should be legally required to vote. And I have a couple other things we can jump to. Well, I mean, the state should provide you with healthcare, including with mental health care, and including when you're in prison. Yeah. Or rather, I still would rather us not have prison, but you get the idea. Okay. You guys want to watch Cenk and Brian Tyler Cohen argue? I do.
I knew you guys.
Let's have a look. I heard this was quite interesting.
Were for real in fighting against the establishment when I started going
Sitting
on
there
right-wing
with
shows.
Neo-Nazi Christian nationalist.
And I would say something negative about Mitch McConnell. And when I did that in the past, what I would get back is, oh, no, Mitch McConnell's great. Pelosi's terrible, but Mitch McConnell's great.
Let's do that here. What do you guys think of Mitch McConnell?
Again, these people are all just retard socialists. And fuck Destiny's controlled opposition. These people get to the point of class consciousness and point at immigrants and point at Jews and point at women and Islam instead of what the reality is. It's true. I can't stop saying it because it is the most accurate depiction I can make.
All right. Yes, I love that. So look, for my left-wing friends that are watching out there, they just booed Mitch McConnell. That's a great thing.
Yeah, they fucking booed Mitch McConnell and they gave you a nice big cheer when you're sitting in front of a Christian nationalist who wants to kill half the country.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't make them reasonable.
Let's do one more. What do you guys think about Dick Cheney?
Oh, really? The whole country hates Dick Cheney?
My
What a
left-wing
shocker.
friends out there, we have been waiting for the right-wing populace to boo Mitch McConnell.
You're a fucking idiot. The right wing hasn't liked Mitch McConnell or Dick Cheney for years. And yes, crime is difficult. If you have access to basic needs being met, you're not likely to do crime unless you're a kid, exactly. You know what else motivates people to do crime? Drugs. You know what people do drugs for? Because they're poor and they're sad. Drugs don't cause crime, by the way. If I want to do drugs, that's illegal, I'm committing a crime. Fine, that's perfectly fair. It's not harming anybody else. If I'm committing crime to buy drugs, then I am committing a crime. Except you can't say that the drugs caused the crime in this case, because then poverty also caused the crime. Poverty is the largest reason for crime. Change poverty and you'll fix crime. And that's such a good way to put it. They are retard socialists who don't understand that they're socialists. It's true. Look, you can love Cenk. And I grew up loving Cenk, but this is very stupid. And listen to his arguments, man. PPG, just please listen to the arguments he makes in this.
Our whole lives. Take the win. Take the win.
I'm joined now by founder of TYT and host of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur. Cenk, thank you so much for joining. That was a clip of you at an unlikely event this past weekend, AmFest, sponsored by Turning Point USA.
Push back,
so not exactly a liberal bastion there, but
okay.
I wanted to talk about.
I haven't seen this, but I've seen the video of him with Charlie Kirk and let's have a beer. You need to push back. You're appeasing. You're doing the same thing that the Russia lovers want America to do.
About this event in particular, because you've taken a lot of heat for going in the first place, and I want to push back against that right off the bat, because I do think if this election has shown us anything, is that Democrats do have to be willing to go into spaces that are more hostile to Democrats inherently. If we're going to look at expanding our coalition, expanding our tent, we have to go outside of that tent to be able to do that. So I disagree with people who think that you shouldn't be going there. I think we should be going into the most dangerous territory.
You can go sit and have a conversation with Charlie Kirk, but you can't say, I want to have a beer with him and then not get the left mad at you. You should be out there pushing back and embarrassing him. Call him, make him feel like he's cringe instead of falling victim to every single tactic that you know that they use. And yeah, I fuck with Brian Tyler Cohen too. He follows me on Twitch, actually.
That we could. That's the only way that we're going to be able to
it's pretty fucking cool,
really send our message the farthest. But I do take issue with one thing there. You said in that clip,
of course not, Cat
I knew
Thrower.
you guys were for real about fighting the establishment.
That's not what produces change.
You give a bunch of a list of reasons, but you said it to a room full of people who voted for a billionaire in Donald Trump and who was funded by the literal richest guy in the world, in Elon Musk. So I understand and appreciate your argument that Kamala Harris and the Democrats are too establishment. That's a drum that you've beaten for years now, but isn't it insane to think that this Republican Party, this MAGA Republican Party, is the answer? Like there are more billionaires in Trump's cabinet than the buffet line at Davos.
You want to know how stupid Cenk is for this? Remember last week when Brianna Wu was trying to get J.K. Rowling to start respecting her? This is Cenk on Brianna Wu's show. Just really quick before we get to the long Brian Tyler Cohen video, just understand that the tactics that they think that they're employing, or rather that they're claiming that they're employing, will not produce change. And again, TYT was bought by Polymarket.
Get into it. And I want to ask you some pointed questions so we can get through it. I remember the first time, Cenk, I heard you talk about trans rights, and it was positive. It was a very positive aspect. It was back during the Bush years. I tried to find the clip to show it to people, but this was literally almost 20 years ago.
The Pick Me is trans one, by the way, who Cenk's PAC funds.
Trans woman that was very newly out of the closet, and I would watch your show and hear you, someone who responded to testosterone a lot better than any of us did, advocating for my rights in an era where over on Majority Report, Jean Garofalo and Sam Cedar are joking about ladyboys. So I've seen a real integrity for standing up for trans rights for you for literally 20 years.
First of all, Sam Cedar's an old fuck, and this was in the Bush eras. I don't blame him for that. But secondly, Cenk was one of the first people on the left to say that we need to give up on trans people in sports. So I disagree entirely with what she's saying here. Ceding any ground makes no positive outcome. We should not be ceding any ground at all. None. Be on the offense, not the defense. We just covered that.
This fringe move of the our trans advocates have painted you out as this supervillain over the last 5 years, which is so troubling to me. So I guess I wanted to ask you in a personal way, how has this been for you emotionally to have spent literally 20 years advocating for all of our civil rights and to be—
Until you started taking money from Peter Thiel and the Poly Market and changed your tune.
Talked about you're a villain. Does it make you just want to not talk about this issue at all? How does it make you and the rest of Young Turks feel?
Yeah. So look, in the beginning, it was shell shock. I couldn't believe the reaction we were getting. Now, unfortunately, I've gotten very used to it. But let me walk you through both of those things. So however many years back, I said, look, I think that some of these positions I don't agree with. So I think that we're taking maximalist positions here on, for example, professional sports leagues.
There we go. First one to say it. Cede any ground, you gain nothing, and they gain everything. Do not cede any fucking ground. This is stupid.
I think they should be able to make up their own mind and make their own.
Do you think that once Democrats as a whole have started being okay, we'll stop fighting on women's, trans women and women's sports, has the transphobia reduced at all? No. Brianna Wu is out there talking to J.K. Rowling of look, I'm a rational trans woman, and we're not the radical leftists, and we don't want to this, that, and the other thing. I don't even, it matters none at all, because J.K. Rowling responds, "You're still a man. Fuck you." They don't care. You can't appease them to get them to stop because it's not about the sports. It's not about the bathrooms. It's not about women. It's about control, hatred, and extermination.
Their own decisions on whether they allow. Yeah. So let's take both of those real quick. So number one, I'm going to talk to folks. There's a talking point that we have on the left that we don't realize is absurd, but it is totally absurd. They say, well, if you go talk to them, it legitimizes them. You know what legitimizes them?
It depends on the context of how you do it, Cenk. You know this. You've been doing this longer than I have.
Winning the election.
Right. I mean, that ship has sailed, right? Like when people say don't go on Fox, as if millions of, as if we're the reason that Fox is suddenly going to be legitimized because on a network that millions of people watch on a daily basis.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Of course. And so, and they even won the popular vote. But the fact that they won the popular vote is very relevant because we have to win those voters back.
No, you fucking moron. We need to get the majority of the country to vote. The largest category was not Trump voters. It was didn't vote. Don't try and take the, 4 million votes that he gained back? Try and get the other half of the country to vote instead. It's mind-bogglingly stupid.
And you can't win those voters back if you're not talking to them. So,
fuck those voters.
So that's point one. Now, on in terms of the establishment, this one is a complicated and really interesting topic.
Not like,
so,
the voters on that side that you can bring back will come back if you energize the rest of the country. If you make Democrats want to show up to vote, they will show up to vote. And if they show up to vote, some of the center or really not politically literate people that were leaning right will move left. You have to run economic populism. We lost because we gave them no message to stick to. Whereas, again, as we just watched with Don't Play Defense, we played defense the entire time. Kamala Harris sounded like a pussy. She had nothing, even though she did have things. We had a lot of things we could throw out there, economic changes, but it all sounded weak. Whereas the right just had bullshit that they would pull out of their ass and pretend is real, is very, very loud about it and declarative and makes them feel, the people watching feel like, oh, okay, I can trust this.
Both sides claim that the other side is bad and their donors suck, but our donors are great. And I always find that conversation intensely absurd, right? So if you say to me the donors on both sides are bad, meaning like, not that they're bad people, but that it's bad that this system allows for those kind of donations, which then obviously influence both sides. I say absolutely, 100%.
Pavilion, can you not write messages that long? Just because it clogs up the screen. Feel free to join the Discord if you want to have discourse about it, but very, very long messages like that do not work well on stream. I don't have the time to sit and read all of this. It's also not relevant to the conversation.
But that means you've got to be honest about your own side. So you, as you pointed out, I've been saying this for about 20 years now. And so that's why I'm in the Bernie Sanders wing. And I think when Kamala Harris was bragging about how she had 90 corporate CEOs on her side, that was a terrible strategy.
Yes. Bernie Sanders would have won in 2020, would have won in 2016, probably could have won this time around, though it would have been the hardest one for him. Why? Because people want economic populism. The right gave them fake economic populism. It's going to fuck them. But it was still economic populism. The left gave them, or the Dems rather, gave them status quo liberalism, which has lost in every election throughout the world this year. Every incumbent liberal government has lost to economic populism. Right-wing, fake economic populism.
Strategy, and when she raised over $1 billion herself, let alone the billions in the PACs, largely a huge portion of that was corporate donors. If you think that they don't have to pay them back,
that's true,
with favors, you're just not paying attention.
Change can only come from the bottom up, guys. The Dems are not saving you. No one's saving you. You have to save yourself. Go enter politics.
Exact thing I say to the right wing. So when I go there and I say, one thing they did that we didn't do yet is they did a revolt against their establishment wing within the party.
That's true.
So they, basically kicked out Mitch McConnell from power, etc. We have not done likewise. We have not kicked out the Nancy Pelosi's and the Joe Bidens. And so when you go to do that, there's...
Hey, remember that AOC tried to be the head of the ethics, not the ethics, the, was it the ethics committee? I'm pretty sure. The ethics committee, or head of one of the committees of government. God, I'm losing it. Hold on. Where is it? I have it right here. Oh, fuck it. Whatever. Who cares? Look, we need to get rid of the rich, corporate-owned people in the Democratic Party, and we need to replace them with leftists. A lot of Americans, after Bernie Sanders had the House Oversight, thank you, had the nomination stolen from him in 2016. We know this was stolen, by the way, because Donna Brazile, the former chair of the DNC, stepped down and apologized for it. Thank you, House Oversight Committee chair. We saw him out there talking about how he doesn't want to go on the news and how he's a policy wonk, and he thinks that like discourse and fighting is useless, which in a normal like government would be great. In this government will do nothing to help us. You need to enter from the bottom up. Change the party from the bottom up. Go enter the DSA on a state level. On a federal level, we're not there yet for a third party, but the DSA holds 50 seats on a state level. AOC and Bernie Sanders are out there talking about the DSA. We need to revolt inside the Democrat Party and replace these people with people like you and me. You need to run for your school board, your election board, your city council, your state legislature, anything. Just get involved. Change will only come from a collective liberation from the bottom up.
Massive pushback.
Because we're weak,
okay?
No
that's way
why.
Those are...
Dems don't care enough about politics. They don't pay attention enough, and they don't go out and vote enough, and no one wants to go out and do it themselves. Whereas the Republicans have spent years learning from the minute they wake up to the minute they go to bed, they're inundated with fear. They're terrified of fucking everything, which gives them the motivation to go out there and produce change, to go enter politics, to primary people and replace them. How many Congress people were replaced from the right? How many young people went and ran and kicked out the old, like, dipshits from the Republican Party? We need to do that.
Our leaders, and the other side is so evil. We have to take the money. We have to bow our heads to these leaders, and we have to let them do.
Says the one who's taking money from Peter Thiel.
I don't agree, right? But now when you turn to the right wing, I said later in that speech, I said, guys, don't lower your guard because you have donors too. And then there was a little bit of a hush over the crowd. Right? Because when you start talking about Republican donors, who pops to mind first? Elon Musk. And so I'm honest about it in both directions, and I say it to their face.
I mean, to be fair, Elon is the president. Donald Trump has no power. We've seen this. When Trump agreed on the H-1B thing with Elon Musk, that proves that President Musk is the case, because he was very outwardly against it prior. And I know that Donald Trump doesn't believe in anything, but half his base is arguing with Donald Trump, and he sided with, arguing with Elon Musk, and he sided with Musk over his base, meaning he is fully bent the knee, and it's President Musk.
I've gone on other right-wing shows and said, who's Elon, what's Elon Musk? He's a donor. He's the largest donor, over $250 million that he gave to Donald Trump. And now all of a sudden he wants...
Not counting the $44 billion he spent to buy Twitter and also used to elect Donald Trump.
Regulatory agencies that regulate his companies to be wiped away from existence.
Sure.
Right. Well, that's awfully convenient, right? And then who's his donor, third largest donor? Miriam Adelson, $137 million. If you take the Adelson family, Sheldon and Miriam, Sheldon's passed away, but before he did, they've given over $330 million to Donald Trump, even larger than Elon Musk. And in my opinion, he's handed them foreign policy. So these are the points I make to right-wingers, and who else is even getting in the room to make those points to tell not their leaders, but their voters, guys, remember, you're supposed to hate corruption. That's what you say 24/7.
Retard socialism. Jenks is just on board with it. That's all it is, guys. He's a retard socialist and he doesn't know it. It's the same thing as Laura Loomer. They understand class consciousness, and even Cenk is better than the rest because he understands where it comes from, but is still acting in the same way as the rest of them.
And if you do,
rise above this argument. It doesn't matter.
Careful about Elon Musk, Miriam Adelson, and every other donor that Trump
all
has.
Corrupt.
Well, I think that's where the point of contention is, because you saying this stuff is you operating in good faith. These people don't care. Like, there are no long-standing principles that they abide by. This is the purported party of family values, the purported party of the Constitution, of law and order, of states' rights, of fiscal responsibility. They will throw that shit out the window the moment, the millisecond it becomes inconvenient for them.
Remember what I said? If you guys kill 1 or 2 more CEOs, they'll come and take your guns, motherfucker. Say goodbye to your Second Amendment. You'll get the jackboots coming into your houses to take your guns. Watch that happen. They'll send the military after you.
And that's what they did. Rights. But you're saying these things to people as if they're operating under some principle that they should be against the establishment, that they should be against these donors, when they're not. The only longstanding principle is their allegiance to Trump. And so my worry is that, like, you trying to get through to them on these issues of principle is falling flat, because it's not principle that got them there in the first place.
Yeah.
There is no longstanding principle when you are a Trump supporter.
Yeah. So, Brian, this is an interesting. I think this is probably the most interesting point of the conversation, because I think you're right and you're wrong. So the right part is what you're laying out the history of, and that is correct. That's what I've said. That's what you've said.
They don't believe in reality. They don't. You can show them any data and any facts. Again, most of them can't fucking read, and the ones that can don't care.
Accurate about that, right? So did Donald Trump do anything actually populist in his first term? No. He even forgot about the wall until 6 months were left, and right, I got to run on the wall, right. So I'll pretend to build like 3 feet of it, right? And all he did was giant corporate tax cuts, which is literally the least populist thing you could do. Right. And I say that all the time, again, on right-wing shows.
Yep, we're going to talk about that another time, leaving foreign policy off the table for today. But yes, they have destroyed all of the air defenses in Syria, which gives Israel a really decent chance of first striking Iran.
I talked to them about Javier.
Well, so the thing is, when I say they don't believe in reality, what I mean to say is they don't believe in data that's given to them. They are misguided, exactly. And they think that Trump is a disruptor that can stick it to the elites when he is one of the elites. They're on the right track. They have class consciousness. They just point it in the wrong direction. They're led to do this. They're also led to be less intelligent because they're not educated. Why do you think they want to cut the Department of Education even more?
Asked how Trump wanted to ban TikTok. Yes, gives him a couple $1 million. All of a sudden, he likes TikTok. Same thing on electric vehicles and Elon. And again, whenever I make those points, even the host nod along like.
You guys know that electric vehicles aren't even good for the environment, right? Like, you know how much damage you have to do to produce an electric car battery? You know that if your Tesla light's on fire, that the fire burns for 24 hours. You can't even just put it out because it's not a regular fire.
Right.
Yeah.
So
now,
so on family values, another point where you're absolutely right. Enormous hypocrisy, like record-breaking hypocrisy.
We tried, man. The thing is, they got bought by the bullshit and the indoctrination from the videos we watched earlier, the right-wing playbook. That's why I'm saying adopt tactics from that playbook and use them. Talking to them normally didn't win, and we watched why. If you missed it, go back and watch the beginning of the video.
My entire life, family values for you, but not for me. But I'll vote for the guy with the porn star mistress, et cetera, right? So we're all clear on that, and there's nothing wrong with anything we've ever said on that. We've been 100% right. Okay.
That is why it doesn't work.
You're wrong. And this is the part where people, I think I'm a little ahead of people, and people think I'm being naive. So what I'm sensing, Brian, is from their audiences, and I'm not just sensing it like through intuition. They're literally doing polls while I'm on their shows. You
are getting paid by Peter Thiel. You renamed your studio to Polymarket Studios. You're debating your own staff who knows and can obviously see the reactionary in you.
Actions, calls. When I went to AmFest, talked to literally hundreds of guys who are MAGA, as you know, they came up to talk to me, etc. And this is not the same thing. Here's the thing you guys
have to understand. The vast majority of MAGA is too far gone to be saved, to be worth your time. Energize the 150 million people that didn't vote. Work on them, not on the right. Ignore them. I don't care if the Trump supporters continue to be Trump supporters. Ignore them. Work on the 150 million that didn't vote. If the Trump supporters lose faith, they'll know where to go. They'll find the content. Don't worry about them. It doesn't matter.
As Trump 2016. So
you missed it, Marky.
That doesn't mean that they're angels. It doesn't mean that everyone on that side all of a sudden changed their mind. Will you find the immovable part of the Trump base as we had before? Absolutely.
The vast majority
of it?
Will
you still find some evangelical Christians? Yes, but they have greatly dwindled.
And no one cares. It's not worth your time to work on these people. Work on the 150 million that didn't vote.
Both in size and power.
That aren't MAGA.
So that family values stuff went out the door, partly because they were hypocrites, but partly because the evangelical Christians aren't in charge anymore of MAGA. So
that's bullshit.
The rest
yes, they are. That they're still one of the main factions. Control the conversation. Don't play defense. Exactly. Watch those videos and pick them up and use them. Did something change? Yes, they started taking money from Peter Thiel and Polymarket Studios, the guy who owns JD Vance. They became more reactionary. They weren't always this reactionary. Anna became more reactionary because she got sexually assaulted by a homeless man and then went right wing. And then also Cenk started taking money from the right wing. And Trump's priority is to profit off of Israel, but Trump's not in power. Donald Trump's brain is soup. Elon Musk is the president.
The MAGA are kind of bros and stuff, and they don't really care about family values at all. In fact, a lot of the bros are pro-choice. So, like, when you say that some people on the right or agree with us on things like pro-choice or anti-corruption,
these people don't believe anything. They want everything available to them and not available to everyone else. It's really it. It's I'm allowed to have an abortion, but you're not.
The pushback I get from the left is no way, they're all evil, they're all a monolith, they're all this, they're all that.
No one's a monolith,
guys,
except for the fact that they're all stupid.
77 million people are not all the same thing.
They are all retarded at the very least in a little bit. Whether it and obviously none of that is innate. You're not born stupid. These are systems that are produced. You are trained to be this way. It is nurture, not nature. We need to use these tactics and get these people back by getting the other half of the country on board. Popular vote, popular sentiment, a popular movement, collective liberation will pull those people back and will also produce class consciousness in them, which they already have, just pointed the wrong direction, and refocus it where it belongs. Stop worrying about left versus right. It doesn't matter. It's up versus down. That's the only fight that's real. Right now?
Right. And remember, we've got it. We
Many
don't
Trump
have to
voters
win
would have loved Bernie. They would have voted for Bernie.
The outer edge of MAGA on the right.
The vast majority of the center left or center that doesn't really exist that went to the right were people that would have voted for Bernie. You have no idea how many people that I've seen saying, oh, my dad voted for Trump, but he really liked Bernie.
You're never going to win those guys over, and that's not the issue. You got to win over people on the inner edge.
No, you fucking idiot.
Voted for
There's
Obama,
150 million
Biden,
people that didn't vote.
Trump. And those folks are not radicals. Those folks need to be won over. And they are different than what the base was before. And so what I'm sensing is on anti-war and anti-corruption, they really do mean it. Now, if you say yes, but they're backing Trump.
No, they do mean it. They're just not going to do anything for it. They don't want war and they don't want corruption, but they will institute and allow every system that allows it. They're too far gone for my time to be worth trying to flip them over, is what I mean, Losso. It's not that they can never be flipped over. It's that it's not worth trying to flip them over because there's, 5 million of them? There's 150 million people that didn't vote. Pay attention to the larger group. Stop going on the defense and trying to win back voters. That's being defensive. Go on the offense. Control the conversation. Learn their tactics. Watch the video that I have linked in there, the alt-right playbook. Learn.
Doing this obvious brazen corruption we just talked about. I know. So what I'm doing is giving them an opportunity to remember that they're supposed to be anti-corruption.
Yeah.
And that, hey, when Trump does favors for the donors, I'm the only one pointing out to them that that's hypocritical.
First of all, no, you're not. Second of all, you can do this at the same time. Do this. You should. Try and bring them over when you can, but don't spend your time on that. Don't make that your focus. There are more important things to focus on, and doing the system, fixing the systems and creating this sentiment will bring them over anyway. You don't need to work on that.
Because remember, they're not watching mainstream media. They're not watching our shows, right? So, and their right-wing media hosts are not overly incentivized to point out Trump's hypocrisy.
Totally.
Yeah. So
exactly. No,
for
roll
example,
the D.
On
exactly.
Anti-war, they're definitely anti-war. Definitely. They're not even hypocritical about it.
Yeah, only like
and
a
so
small portion of the
love
Republican Party is pro-war. Only a small portion. The vast majority of them don't want war.
It's okay.
I agree.
I get it. We've all been burned hundreds of times, right? But if it turns out I'm right, what I'm hoping people go, oh yeah, Cenk told us this. I remember yelling at him about it.
Oh, so did everyone else, but okay.
It turns out, holy cow, they are anti-war, right? On anti-corruption, I think that the instincts of some portion of their base are correct.
Motherfucker, we looked at Laura Loomer today talking about how she understands Luigi Mangione. They know. They know.
Correct? But we've got to show them without like ripping their face off that maybe Trump is also corrupt.
I think that
again, Laura Loomer, Nazi. Unless you're a billionaire, you really don't matter in the new America. I hope people wake up and realize that soon. Our free speech isn't as valuable as the tech right. The sooner people realize that, the better. Disagree? Proof. You're silenced. Categorized as spam. This is true because they're on the same class consciousness level. I don't want commonality with them. I don't care about them, Lost Soap. I don't care about them. There's a much larger group that I need to worry about. Fuck them. They can come if they feel like it, and if not, fuck them. The vast majority of Trump voters, I don't want to like be nice to. They know what they're doing. They know what they did. They know the systems that they are okay with applying. They know what the people that are going to suffer because of their choices. They know. They don't care. Fuck them. There's 150 million Americans that I can focus on instead. I tried for a whole year to flip my fraternity brother who liked Ben Shapiro videos more than my explanations of transphobia is bad. Yeah, good luck with that. You can't convince these people. You cannot ever convince, or you can't argue someone into a change. No, that's not true. You cannot argue someone into changing their political position. It doesn't work. Debates don't do that. That's not how it happens. It will never, ever work. Only thing it'll do is it will solidify that position. Guys, they're so not pro-war that they're just pro-bashing your head in with a hammer. Exactly.
The part that, and you touched on this, is the cognitive dissonance between these people purporting to say that they are for one thing and yet constantly reaffirming their support for Donald Trump, who stands in stark opposition to the very thing that they purport to be against. And so I guess my question for you is, what's your red line to the point where you finally recognize whether or not the people who you were talking to at Turning Point USA's AmFest, for example, are not actually operating in good faith, and whether there is, again, to my earlier question, no actual longstanding principle, it's other than fealty to the God King, right? I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out here, because thus far there has been no indication that even though they say they're for anti-corruption, Donald Trump's the most corrupt guy to ever sit in the Oval Office, even though they say that they're, for the list goes on and on, right? It's the list that we have spoken about earlier. But when will you stop giving certain people at this event?
I swear it was like talking to a brick wall. He didn't want to be smart and change it. They don't. It's not worth it, Ultra Boy. Again, they will if you can get them to a point where they can no longer produce an argument because they know you're right, all they will do is double down on their take. That's all they'll do.
For example, the benefit of the doubt in terms of their actions not matching up to their rhetoric.
Yeah. So
tried for 8 years.
I think some things are clear, right? So, for example, we're not going to win on a whole heap of issues, right?
I don't care. I want to alienate them. Fuck them. There are 150 million other people that are more important to work on. No, I will insult them. Fuck them. They're a bunch of window lickers. I don't want to bring, if you are a Trump supporter or you voted for Trump and you're watching me right now, and you're offended by me saying this, sorry, not sorry. I don't care. I don't care. You know why? Because you made an informed decision. Willful ignorance is not an excuse in this day and age. You should know better. You should know that he wasn't going to do any of the things that he said he was going to do. And if you did, and you're regretting it now, great. You want to act in good faith and change your views? Fine. I'm not going to aim my content at you because you are not more important to me. There are 150 million other people that I can. You think that Biden pardoning his son was wild? Donald Trump is the most corrupt person to ever sit in the Oval Office, and if Biden didn't pardon his son, Trump would have pardoned Hunter Biden because he would have thought it was funny, and then he would have been like, "Oh, well, look, see, we're acting in good faith, and we'll bring the country together." Like, you're fucking ridiculous if you think that Trump isn't fully corrupt, but also Trump has no power, and also, I don't give a fuck about Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden's like indictment is the less worse version of Matt Gaetz. Everything Matt Gaetz did is Hunter Biden times 10, and he's not going to get charged, is he? I don't want to hear Hunter Biden ever again in this chat after Matt Gaetz. Not one more time. Genuinely.
So, like, if I try to convince them that the crypto bros are going in the wrong direction.
It works. It's worked for 8 years, Lost. So get over it. Deal with it. The culture war, fighting it is not helping. You trying to convince them is fighting the culture war. The only way to win is not to play.
I'm going to get massive blowback, and I'm never going to win on that.
Correct. Okay.
So that's going to take 4 years and probably us getting robbed to the tune of a couple of $1 trillion before they realize that mistake. Okay. So I'm super realistic about
You're super realistic. You think that we get a free and fair election in 4 years?
That on corruption, they're never going to want to admit in the beginning that Trump is doing favors for their donors. Although, again, I see right-wing hosts and people in their audience going, I understand what you're saying about Jeff Yaz and TikTok.
They're already doing it. You do realize that in like a year, you're going to have 2 news you can watch. You're going to have Fox News and you're going to have Truth Plus state media.
I understand what you're saying about electric vehicles and Elon. So that's the beginning, right? It's not the end. So
it's playing a different game, Lost.
My best guess is
instead of playing defense, you play offense. It's a different game. Adopt their handbook, use it, troll them, use their tactics against them. It's not playing the same game. It's flipping the table.
The anti-war stuff is where the rubber hits the road. So he put in, and Brian, you know, parts of your audience, parts of the left-wing hosts, etc., might not love this, but my sense is that the rubber's probably going to hit the road on Israel, and so here's why.
Because yes, that will happen. Like he's phrasing this in a way as if we don't all know that Trump is very pro-Israel and will let Israel do whatever the fuck it wants. I said this before when Israel invaded Lebanon, that Syria was next, that they want to build greater Israel. This was months ago, prior to the election. Turns out I'm right, as always.
As Trump put in Marco Rubio, Elise Stefanik, Mike Huckabee, and Mike Walls as Team Miriam. That's his...
Right. And he's just another wanker,
the 4 people that he's handing foreign policy to. Miriam Adelson is a supporter of the hard right wing in Israel. And so they're going to push towards outrageous positions like annexing the West Bank, annexing northern Gaza.
As if they haven't already done these things. They've already done both.
Already written about this. Israeli cabinet ministers already excited about this. If they try to annex, for example...
Being a leftist means being correct too early. Not Alter Boy. I feel like, I mean, I hope that's correct, but so far in my view, it's been being a leftist means being constantly correct and ignored.
The West Bank, it probably will lead to a vicious, bloody war, and then, but I don't know the contours of it. They might just slaughter the Palestinians again, and I'm not naive enough to think that MAGA's going to be like,
stopped.
Oh my God, we're losing precious Palestinian and Muslim lives, right?
No, they want to kill them all. This is ridiculous. First of all, they've never stopped. They have annexed northern Gaza and the West Bank. They're going to annex the middle of Gaza. We covered on stream 2 days ago of an Israeli soldier talking about how he feels like a Nazi. Yes, they have ingressed into Syria. Like the day after Assad fell, actually. They've been there for a while.
No,
we'll cover foreign policy
I think
tomorrow.
At some point they're going to say, look, guys, this is in America first. Why are we paying for another war of Israel? Why are we paying for another war of Israel?
You people
right?
are so stupid.
And if they don't, though, and then they go, hey, you know what? I mean, now let's do an extreme example. If Trump helps Israel start a war with Iran and says we have to finance it, and they don't rebel, then I was totally wrong. And,
there's no chance of them rebelling. Look, I'll show you real quickly why there's no chance of them rebelling, right? So, saw this today. This was in relation to the fights between like the right and the right rather, the Nazi right and the tech bro right. You see this from Trump supporters, right? That's it. I'm out. Donald Trump is captured by the Democrats who wrap themselves in Republican clothing to get power, and now they have shed their hides. MAGA's dead. The left killed it. Trump has lost his base. Now he must be opposed. I am no longer a Trump supporter. They don't shift to our side. They just blame us for it. Pick your battle nonsense, nothing more than a strategy of capitulating on every major issue. Yeah, exactly. You don't back down on anything. Every battle is your battle. Do not like play defense. Do not cede any ground. That's the issue. He's ceding ground, which is letting them start further and further to the right, and we have less space to defend ourselves. Think about it in a room. You keep backing up towards the wall while they keep walking towards you. You have less room behind you. Eventually, you're going to get cornered against the wall. Stop capitulating. Fight back. Do not let them take a single win. Anything.
I understand completely, and that's and these are good examples, and it's good to have this sense of like where it could go in the future, and I think that's probably a realistic example as well. But I think what you are probably giving more credit than I will is this sense that any of this stuff matters, because
it doesn't.
Again, there has been they haven't shown any discernment thus far on any of the things that they claimed were their principles before, and so I'm skeptical at best.
Again, yay tariffs. Donald Trump calls Claudia Sheinbaum. Fuck you. We're not going to do any of the things that you want. We'll institute a trade war. Donald Trump hangs up. Cool. No need for tariffs. Mexico said yes to everything that I asked for. Claudia Sheinbaum the next day. That's not how this conversation went. I didn't say any of that. Does it matter? No. No.
Of this notion that they're going to move away from Donald Trump as soon as he enacts any policy that goes against the grain in terms of what these people claim that they wanted. But again, remains to be seen. I hope you're right. I hope that they do show some discerning behavior toward Donald Trump. I'm skeptical that they will, but I guess we're going to see in the coming months and years here. I want to pivot over to the state of the media right now. Now, you have been, you and the team over at TYT have been critical of the left. Certainly more critical of the left than the right is of the Republican Party.
Yeah.
Which, that's your prerogative. You're certainly more critical of the Democratic Party than I am. I think that I'm
more critical of the Democratic Party than both of them are.
In terms of bolstering independent media bona fides by virtue of doing that more. And I also think that there's a time and a place to do it. But, we are in a media environment right now where we often see that left-wing media kind of bolsters its progressive bona fides by criticizing the left. Right-wing media bolsters its conservative bona fides also by criticizing the left. And so given that massive disparity, especially in light of how it presented itself ahead of this election, where so many people are
Yep, you're blind if you don't see we've been ceding ground since like 2001.
Consuming independent media right now, and that
really since 1999, but
so much of their political affiliation. And if it feels like the left is getting hit,
96 really, or let's make it, you know what? Since Bill Clinton, we've been ceding ground. Since the day that man took office. I gotta pee. Sorry for the Hassan stream, but I will make it up to you by bringing a cat with me when I come back. Kitty cat, and then we'll continue. I have come with the boy. Mwah. So 23 years OG, slowly boiling frogs in a pot, cooked as Viz may say. I mean, true. Reverse Reichstag. Mwah. Oh, come on. You used to be okay with this. Say hi. Mwah. Mwah. Oh, God, I love Franklin Roosevelt. At least that one. Hey, thank you for that one. I just wanted to do it for free instead. Payment for me pausing the video midway through. Actually, before I continue, look what he did to me this morning. He, like, I was holding him in my hand, and he tried to jump off, and that was the result of it. My palm too. Ugh. We speak in the same language there, right on, Viz? In 1990s? Yeah, bad kitty. He's 5 years old, and I adopted him from a shelter as a 5-year-old cat, so he's kind of... Cat hair all over my face now. He's kind of a little wild.
Democrats are getting hit from both sides.
Yeah,
it really isn't that surprising then that the Democrats would turn in such a poor performance in this election. Again, if people are really gaining their knowledge from what they see on indie media,
fine, not big.
Does that inform a little bit of how you're going to operate moving forward in this kind of new media environment with so many people kind of sprinting away from legacy media and coming toward independent media, and seeing how the asymmetry in that media ecosystem manifested itself in this election to the benefit of Republicans?
Yeah, so I disagree with one of the assumptions that you layered in there that's so important. I'll get to that in a second.
Oh,
so
Marquis, you live in a country where there's like street cats? I love that. That's my favorite thing about Turkey, by the way, is like the cats and dogs that are just everywhere.
Parts of this conversation. Number one, we do a news show, so we're just going to be honest, period. So
right.
If the Democrats are doing something wrong, we're going to say it. We don't care when, we don't care where, we don't care. People go, no, that's
Same.
not good marketing for the Democratic Party.
Same.
That's not my business. That's not my job. My job is to be honest. So same with the Republicans. Oh, no, don't hurt Donald Trump's feelings. No, I'm going to hurt his feelings. I don't care. That's not my job, is to protect Kamala Harris or Donald Trump's feelings or their political career or either party. We're just going to do an honest news show. Young Turks Live, 6 o'clock Eastern. Check it out every day, and you'll be amazed.
I wouldn't consider them totally honest these days, though, unfortunately. They used to be at least honest from a liberal perspective.
Okay, so, and it's funny that that's like a unique thing in American media. Okay, now let's go to the core of what you're asking, though, in terms of strategy on the left and on the Democratic side.
And I asked this question that you're going to get into because, obviously you're a progressive and you want to see progressivism win out in the United States, as do I. And so it's not, this isn't, you're not Reuters, right? So that's why I asked. There is a sense of like, there is activism that you want to see happening. And
the vast majority of Americans fall onto the left wing. If you look at polling on specific issues done countrywide, vast majority of Americans are on the left. However, the majority of Americans don't vote. Reach out to the people not voting. Don't worry about the people that are on the right. You don't need to try and bring them over. You'll bring them over if you can get the other 150 million people to show up to vote.
So just wanted to lay that out, but go on.
Yeah, I totally get it. And so to your point, Brian, so what we do on the Young Turks is we give you the facts first, and those are non-negotiable. Then we do perspective journalism, especially me, right? And so that's where I get into strategy and what's the best way for progressives and populists to win, et cetera, et
It's
cetera.
not either or. That's what I'm saying. Don't focus on the right-wingers now. You'll get them if you can get the other 150 million energized. You don't need to try and bring them over. They will come over if you can get the rest. It's not either or. It's both. It's just how you go about it. He's wrong in how you go about it.
So let's address that part of it now. So in my opinion, there's three wings of the Democratic Party. There's the establishment wing, there's the populist wing, and then there's what I call the far left wing. Right, and you can call that anything you like, and I'm not trying to be offensive about it. And in fact, in that Amfest discussion, I said, for example, I'm extreme left on gun control. I know that my position...
I'm not, actually. I think that, to be fair, I want gun control, but I think you should all have guns, at least now, since all of the right have guns.
Would not win in America. They would be very normal in Europe, but in America we have no chance of passing my gun control policies. Okay?
We need culture around guns.
So now
look at Switzerland. They have shooting competitions for teenagers. They teach gun safety, gun use. It's in the culture. It's ingrained, and that's why they have as many guns as we do, but they have significantly less gun violence. It's how people learn to use guns, to be around guns, and what they're used for.
Between these three wings, the establishment wing is, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Pelosi, Clinton, etc. That has led to electoral disaster.
Yeah.
And it has done it so with incredible haughtiness.
And all your side has done, the progressive wing, is parts of the progressive wing have normalized some leftist sentiment, some leftist ideas and words, whereas the vast majority of you, including TYT, did nothing of worth. Including, like, the rest of independent media on the left, at least in this election, did nothing of worth. You had no effect on this election, Cenk Uygur. None. Zero.
They told us, no, Hillary Clinton is definitely going to win. And this riff-raff Bernie Sanders, nobody wants populism. Well, they were 100% wrong. 100% wrong.
That's true.
So, by the way, Bernie Sanders had a 12-point lead on Election Day in 2016. Obviously, the campaign would have changed that.
He would have won in 2016 and in 2020. But this is not the way to go. You are playing their game. You are playing defense instead of controlling the conversation.
But I'd much rather start with have a 12-point lead than lose as Hillary Clinton did. But Joe Biden barely won with 43,000 votes in 3 swing states in 2020.
Which was
even
just because of COVID.
Trump was awful.
He would have lost.
He barely beat him. And then obviously Kamala Harris not only lost every swing state, but the popular vote. So guys, you got to face reality. Like there's what the world...
Contextually, Marquis, like if we could get rid of every gun, I'd be okay with that. I would also want to have people know how to defend themselves, whether it's through martial arts or like, I don't know, having swords or some shit. But like if I like magically could get rid of guns, I would, but that's never going to happen. So get a gun, learn how to use it and be safe with it.
You want and the world as it actually exists.
And
the world
in the
as
case of Cenk here,
lost every swing state, but the popular vote. So guys,
Biden would have lost in 2020 if not for COVID. Cenk went for Hillary after a massive Dem insider donation. Now he's flip-flopping. That's so funny. Look, I was I would have voted for Hillary. I did in 2016, but I voted for Bernie Sanders beforehand. Bernie was the obvious choice, and he was cheated out of that spot. Obviously, we know this, which is what disincentivized quite a lot of left-wing Americans from ever voting again, because it was like, well, the system's rigged, my vote doesn't matter, which is partially true, and so they don't vote. But you need to get them to vote. Cenk is an operative. He is controlled opposition. He's destiny. It's the same thing. They exist to sound somewhat correct and to be opposition that's easy to fight back against. He's owned by Peter Thiel. Polymarket Studios, guys. Well, to be like, gun control can work, why risk it? Well, we already have more guns than people. Good luck getting rid of them. The better solution is to enact cultural changes to get people to be more open about gun use, learn how to use them, to engage in social like gatherings where you're shooting at targets, for example. This all reduces how people act against each other with guns. It normalizes guns in a way of social context while teaching you how to be safe with them, and the conversation around them is different. So we know that this works in Switzerland. There's like a whole Johnny Harris video on it. But I would rather get rid of all guns, but that's not something that I can possibly do because it would require a worldwide thing, not just an America thing. So while we can't change that right now, adopt and adapt to the system. Get a gun, learn how to use it, learn how to defend yourself. You can be anti-gun. You can never have that leave its case, but have one. I'm not sure we can ever divorce gun culture from the uglier elements in the US. Well, I mean, to be fair, I want to deconstruct the entire system of the United States and make it a classless, stateless society. Not communism, but, you know, still. Further left, in my opinion, than communism. Less guns, less gun kills. This is true. But can you make the less guns? No, you can't. You can't. You can't get rid of all the guns. So what you can do is learn how to be safe in gun culture. You're never going to be able to. In Australia, we had a mass shooting decades ago. All Australians will point to this and be like, oh, we're better than the Americans. We did a mandatory gun buyback and immediately following and instituted significantly stricter gun regulations. This was decades ago. There are more guns in Australia now than before we passed that law. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. You got to learn how to live with them, unless you can be God or like Thanos snap them all out of existence. Sorry. Learn how to live with them and learn how to keep yourself safe. I don't have the magical power. I wish I did. I wish I could just snap them all out of existence, but I can't.
Got to face reality. Like there's what the world you want and the world as it actually exists. And the world as it actually
exists. Hey, look,
exists.
a thing that I agreed with him on, that you need to like engage with the world as it actually exists.
Despises this establishment. The right wing does, the left wing does, the middle does, the independents do. So if you keep going, well, look, we've got a new and improved corporate robot, Pete Buttigiig. He's going to go out there and he's going to be in a flannel jacket and he's going to have a populist script. It's never going to work. It's never going to work.
They're 3D printing them now anyway. Yeah, good luck. You can't get rid of them. The entire army of like, what was it, Myanmar is using 3D printed guns. I just hate that buying guns makes buying gun manufacturers richer. Well, yes, that's a capitalist issue, and I would rather just get rid of all private property. So there is no gun manufacturing company that's getting rich off of it. You should erase all private property, and that will also decrease the amount of weapons in the world. That'd be great. Cenk always looks like he's melting. This is true. Yeah, there's more guns than people in America, and you're not getting rid of them.
America does not want someone who takes donor money, has pretty little talking points, and then does what the donors want, okay?
Motherfucker, you take money from Peter Thiel. You named your studio Poly Market Studios. How could you say this with an honest, straight face and think that it doesn't make a difference? How?
So please stop losing. Please, I'm begging you. If
yes,
you don't want
stop
Trump,
losing by listening to this moron.
Stop going with the wrong strategy. So then you've got the far left, and they say, no, we should have maximalist positions. So on trans issues, I don't want a moderate position.
If you cede any ground, it doesn't make a difference. We ceded ground on trans women in sports. Have they stopped being transphobic? No. Brianna Wu, who you're funding, was arguing with J.K. Rowling this week saying, please respect me, I'm a moderate. And she said, no, fuck you, you're a man. Cede any ground and you just get further back closer to the wall. It doesn't increase your odds of winning. It doesn't bring you any closer to your goal. You are an idiot. All right? It's just the idea of we need to try and win back the 4 or 5 million Trump supporters who went and voted red this election instead of focusing on the 150 million fucking people that didn't vote is retarded. It's window liquor retarded. It's worse than Elon Musk. You have a higher tolerance for ketamine than Elon Musk does.
You know, just give me everything. Give me everything. Everybody has to be called a birthing person. Everybody, change sex operations for people under 18 is fine. No, are you okay? They have to be forced. The professional sports leagues.
Any system of authority, oppression, or control should need to justify its authority, oppression, or control to continue existing. The justification must be defined by those exhibiting the authority, oppression, or control. If they fail to justify it, then they should be dismantled. Done. Easy. I don't give a fuck about that. Liberty. Come on, we're America, aren't we? We want liberty for all.
Have to be forced to allow trans women, etc. Look, even if you think those maximalist positions
like
are wonderful
of the population.
And exactly right and the most moral thing to do, America is not there. You have to win over America so that you can win elections with that strategy. Right now, if you go with my gun control policy or maximalist positions on crime, trans issues, etc.
He did. He couldn't figure out how to say it because he thought he was going to be offensive. And he probably would have been. Look, he's right on you need to convince America. The way that he's going about it is not how you convince America. Kamala Harris didn't say the word transgender once during the election.
We're going to lose. So please.
It doesn't matter. Reality doesn't matter. The people who voted, you can see in the exit polls why they voted, and it's not based in reality. They didn't vote because of things that are real. They vote for because of things that they think are real. Adopt their methods. Go watch the alt-right playbook and learn how to use some of those tactics against them. Change your messaging. They have a woke filter. They're not going to get anything into their head unless you can get past this filter.
Elections to the right wing. I mean, people are yelling at me for talking to the right wing. I mean, the Democratic Party gave these elections. You should be furious at Democratic leadership.
No, we're not mad that you're talking to the right wing. We're mad because you're on Charlie Kirk talking about how you want to go get a beer with the guy instead of screaming at him and calling him out on his fucking bullshit. Cenk's going to be the voice that brings people over to the left. The left is already that person, and her name is Crystal Ball. Yeah, you know what? Crystal Ball is way better than Cenk is. Go watch Breaking Points.
elections to the right.
And conspiracy has become the norm for these people. Again, remember, if you don't know, 65% of adult Americans cannot functionally read past the 6th grade level. They can read words, but if you give them, I don't know, Naomi Klein to read, they can read the words, but they'll never conceptualize it. They have no idea what this says. They're functionally illiterate. Illiterate. What can you expect from illiterate people other than to be stupid? Lead them in the right direction. You can't argue someone out of their political position. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
So what's the part
Oh yeah,
of the
and of course, Sagar is insufferable, but that's the whole point.
Democratic Party that I think is the most popular and the one that is actually the biggest component of the Democratic Party in the left wing is the populist wing. So that's higher minimum wage, paid family leave, Medicare for all, which is just universal health care that the entire world has, free college at the state level, for government.
The vast majority of America wants all of these things. When polled outside of an election year and asked individually, Americans are more so in favor of all of these policies than not. It's over 50% for most of them.
State-run colleges like University of Texas, University of North Carolina, I can go on and on.
150 million didn't vote.
Positions we have that are enormously popular. You have to run on them, and then when you get into office, for God's sake, you have to do them. If you don't do them, you cede ground to the right, and you seem hypocritical, and you lose elections.
Says the guy ceding ground to the right. I do agree that you need economic populism. We lost because we didn't have it, and they did. Theirs was fake, but this happened all over the world. Every incumbent liberal democracy fell to right-wing fake economic populism. All you have to do is run a Bernie Sanders-style campaign, and you would have won. Are we ever going to get a free and fair election again? Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows? Elon Musk is the president. Donald Trump's brain is soup.
So in my ideal world, we all coalesce around.
The oligarchy is one.
Too old, so someone along those lines, and that person wins the primary. And I promise to you that if that person wins the primary, we're gonna just absolutely clean the Republicans' clock in the 2028 general election.
You're a fucking
I'm going to play
idiot.
devil's advocate here and push back on something. And
the easiest way, the healthcare system is fucking easy to fix, Netfox. All you do is make private healthcare illegal and give everyone free public healthcare. It's that easy. It's that easy. Give everyone universal healthcare and make private healthcare illegal. Done.
That Biden in the first 2 years of his term, when he had full
also,
control
I agree,
of
not
government,
laws.
was able to enact a lot of the populist agenda.
But he's too old.
That you and I both wanted to see enacted. I mean, we're talking about.
Of course, no, they won't. Netbox, they don't.
Plan,
we've talked about the healthcare system. Of course, they won't. It's literally cheaper for the government to give everybody free universal healthcare. Mathematically, like it costs us less as the U.S. government to give everybody free healthcare than to have our current system where we have private healthcare. Us, like as a taxpayer, it costs us less money to do this. It would be cheaper and it would be better, but we don't do it. You know why? Because they don't want to. They don't work for you. They work for their owners. They're all little puppies with a leash around their neck held by the fucking capital class. The wealthy will not allow them to. They will make you spend more money as a taxpayer so that private health insurance could go gouge people's wages, take their house when they're dying in hospice care. We watched this the other day on stream. They don't care about you. They hate you. The wealthy exist to siphon every little drop of money and happiness from your life. That's it.
And I both wanted to see enacted. I mean, we're talking about, the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, capping medical out-of-pocket medical costs $2,000, insulin and inhalers at $35, getting the rich to pay higher taxes. Infrastructure, the infrastructure bill, the gun safety bill, although of course it didn't go far enough for what you wanted, but the list goes on and on, right? And so eliminating junk fees at banks.
The infrastructure stuff pisses me off because that was really good, and you're not going to see the effects of the infrastructure bill until about 2026 when the Republicans are going to take credit for it because it happened under Biden. That money was invested under Biden, that was passed under Biden, the systems were implemented under Biden, but the Republicans are going to take all the credit for it.
Getting automatic refunds for airline
Why? Because you see ground.
Lena Khan did at the FTC, blocking the Kroger-Albertsons merger, click to cancel.
Lena Khan was amazing.
Elimination of junk fees.
10 out of 10.
So there were a lot.
Again,
there was a lot that
Joe Biden excluding his foreign policy, take the genocide out of it, was actually a pretty good president. Was surprisingly good, actually. He was the best president on labor unions since FDR. He cut child poverty in half with the child tax credit. The Save Act after COVID worked great. The Inflation Reduction Act worked great. They did infrastructure spending. They cut student loan debt. The FTC was fucking amazing under Lena Khan. And internally, domestically, way better president than you could have expected. All they had to do was continue that messaging, but they suck at messaging. And obviously, the foreign policy fucked it up because of his support for Israel. But also, you can see that Joe Biden ideologically supports Israel. He believes in it because it's the same reason why he was such a good president domestically, because he believes in labor unions and labor fights. The guy was born before Israel. He was born in the era of FDR. So he has these ideologies built into him that he acts on. He was one of the few presidents that wasn't just being puppeted by the wealthy. He was being puppeted by the wealthy and his ideology. Not to say that he wasn't also being puppeted by the wealthy. He absolutely was. It was just surprising. But they could have done a significantly better job at messaging this. Would it have won? Probably not. But that's not the point. The point is they suck. The Democrats suck. They hate you. And they don't actually work for you. They are more likely to... I mean, the Greens are controlled opposition, but at this point, the Dems are too.
That happened.
And also,
so I guess my question is, if there is only contempt for
the CHIPS Act, that was good too. Yep.
Someone like Joe Biden, who was able to enact a lot of the populist agenda, then what incentive is there for somebody who comes along next to enact a populist agenda if there is so little applauding and so much criticism for what hadn't yet been done?
Also, a lot of things that I think Americans really need to understand is government works slow, and you can't just make changes. And true, we could have we should just be funding Ukraine significantly more. We should have given them everything they wanted right from the very beginning.
Yeah,
not touching Russia. If you say the word one more time, then they'll all come in the chat and I'll have to argue.
Agree on your view of what got done.
Well, no, I'm to be clear, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I mean, that's like
I get it. I get it. So let me address it. So look, if you say Biden got more done than Obama did, for example, and Clinton,
which is
Clinton's
true,
very conservative Democrat.
The Russians
meaning like
me.
when we look back at his policies from back then, they seem very conservative. Yeah, I mean, but that's damning with faint praise. So I said Obama got about 5% of his agenda done, and I think Biden got 15% of his agenda done. And for a Democrat, that's amazing. And if you're in the top 10% or you're relatively comfortable in this country, you look at it and you go, this guy got us 15% change. What else do you unreasonable people want, right? But if you're in the overwhelming majority of Americans that are struggling, half the country can't survive a $500 financial hit.
This is true.
Then 15% isn't close to good enough.
This is also
true. So, for example, on negotiating drug prices, did he negotiate them? Yeah, on insulin, literally one drug. And then by 2016, we can get all the way up to 10 drugs, right?
Jill Stein is a literal Russian agent, Marquis. There's photos of her sitting with Putin. The Greens haven't won an election, haven't held a seat in decades. She's genuinely a Russian agent. She's as bad as Tulsi Gabbard is. She works as controlled opposition, controlled by the right. But by the Russians, rather, not even by the right. Come on.
That does, guys. I hate to break your heart, but that's a trick.
Sitting on the right-hand side next to the president of a country that is a fascist dictatorship is a signal. Whether or not, where she was sitting makes a difference doesn't necessarily matter. They are politicians, and they should know that sitting at someone's right hand makes an optical point. And the fact that they were okay with that says something.
That protects tens of thousands of drugs that we cannot negotiate drug prices on.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
By the way, the video I just linked shows you how little like power your political officials have. Now that's Australia, but it also ties into America. It's the wealthy. They make all the decisions. Nothing is controlled by the politicians. They're all just the wealthy. There are some leftists that want the downfall of American hegemony, and Jill Stein is one of those people. Yeah, they're just tankies. They're not real leftists. They don't actually want to produce positive change. Just want to get rid of America.
Immense
America bad, nothing else.
Power while pretending to fight back against them. But on the other hand, there's good things that Biden did that are real. Like, so whenever somebody sends in a comment as we're doing the show live about, oh my God, I got student debt relief. I go, look, guys, he did about 10% of the student debt relief. So I want the whole thing. And so I'm going to push.
Donald Trump is going to reinstall all of that debt that got removed under Biden.
For that. But if you're in the 10% that got student debt relief, you got to vote for Joe Biden.
I mean, I agree, piss poor praxis, but America bad and everyone else good also isn't true, and it's also not productive. America bad, but arguably right now, Russia also bad, big enough to be a problem. Israel also bad, big enough to be a problem. Can I fix America right now? No, I tried. It didn't work. I'll keep trying. You know, it doesn't mean we give up. But right now, the larger factors are Russia and Israel. Those are the two ones that we can make change in. So worry about what you can. Put out the fires in front of you instead of starting new fires. America created Putin. This is true. So fix it. Put out the fire before you start a new fire. Your house is burning down. Pay attention to it. Yeah, I know. I know. Piss poor praxis. I know. We have to work against America. America's the final boss. You can't just take down, you can't just run to the end of the game and cut the final boss in half and skip all of the other boss fights. You have to take on the other boss fights first. There are levels you have to unlock. We're not there yet. You got to max out your class build before you can take on America.
On my show, because if a politician delivers for you, you owe him the vote, right? He delivered for you. So the proof is always in the pudding. And so we ask way too little of our politicians, especially on the Democratic side. He didn't even introduce the public option. He didn't fight for paid family leave, 1%. It polls at 84%. What do you...
Yeah, it's because the Democrats don't work for you. Paid family leave, that hurts the donors. That hurts the owners. It doesn't matter. They don't care. They will pretend to work for you. It is status quo bourgeois bullshit. So work from the bottom up to change it. No one's coming to save you. The Democrats aren't coming to save you. AOC isn't coming to save you. Bernie isn't coming to save you. Go and enter politics and fix it from the ground up. It's hard to remain positive when everyone with power in this world sucks. Doomerism is beneficial to the capital class. They want you to feel that way, altar boy. Take that and make it anger. Turn that sadness and doom and make it anger and use that as energy to propel yourself forward. The same thing that brought down Rome is bringing down America faster: lead, hubris, and nepotism. Don't forget plastic. We all have plastic in our bodies now, and all of our food is filled with it, so.
Waiting for? What are you waiting for?
Our generation's lead.
If Trump is smart at all, he'll pass paid family leave because it's so popular with both the right and the left wing. And then people will go, well, why didn't Biden pass it? Because Biden didn't want to pass it.
No shit,
That's the part where I break the hearts of some Democratic voters who believe that our politicians are saints and good people. They're not. His donors don't want him to pass paid family leave.
I agree here.
It would have been so easy to pass it, and he just absolutely refused to do it. And the parliamentarian and the filibuster are nothing but excuses.
Universal health care would also be incredibly easy to pass. I'm pretty sure even most Americans are in favor of universal basic income.
And you'll never hear about the parliamentarian when Trump's in charge. When he was president for 4 years, I never heard the word parliamentarian. Never. And you won't hear it again. It's just an excuse. We don't have a parliamentary system. It's such a ridiculous excuse. So we've got to do more. And then lastly, Brian, on the good things that he did, that 15% that I always give him credit.
I don't care about the good things that he did. The whole point of this is you're bad at messaging by trying to pretend that you can reason with the 4 or 5 million right-wingers that are new Trump voters, rather than paying attention to the 150 million people that didn't vote. 150 million people. Pay attention to them. Thank you, Oxpecker. I'll keep that one in mind. Doomerism leads to alcohol, drug abuse, self-harm, and misery, and also like depression and suicide. Yeah, don't be doomer. You can use that energy and make change with it. With AI, we will have some form of it. With AI, they will just remove all of your jobs, and then you will die because you will not be able to afford food because you lost your job to a robot because the company didn't want to pay for your labor.
even on that
AI is produced specifically to fuck you and nothing else, just so you know.
Their messaging is so awful. And again, why have such terrible messaging? Like, if I did 15% minimum tax on the rich, I'd go do 12 press conferences on it, right? And
how do you pay attention to the not voters? What outlet do you go on? You do whatever you're doing right now. Go, first of all, try and flood the media with as much people as you can. We need more people on the left to make content and flood the feeds of everybody, because it's all right-wingers. But two, it's not about trying to message to them specifically. It's about just messaging honestly the things that are popular for everybody in a way that passes the woke filter. You don't even have to change how you say something. You just have to make it pass the filter. Why do you think why do you think I call them retards now? Because right-wingers are more likely to listen to me, or regular centrists are more likely to listen to me because they don't think, oh, woke, and then instantly ignore. It works. Use the playbook. Never act on offense. Make accusations. Just be truthful about it. They have to lie when they use these tactics against us, but we don't, because we actually have reality on our side. They are trying to deny reality. We are trying to enforce reality. Enforce it the same way that they deny it. Just do it first, do it louder, and do it stronger. My neighborhood is full working class in the Trump light. However, he has astonished me by supporting UBI. You are assessing accurately. Yeah. I mean, universal income, not agreeing with it all. I was saying, well, no. AI will fuck you in particular, and you will not get the universal basic income because they hate you. That's the reality. Mercury Shadow, the wealthy hate you. They literally gain joy. They get pleasure from watching you suffer, the vast majority of them, because having so much money, after a certain point, it literally damages your brain. It's like a drug addiction. It produces pathways that you follow over and over again, and it reduces your ability to empathize. Therefore, you end up starting to feel joy from the suffering of people that you see as below you. AI is designed to fuck you and not even look you in the eyes because it's a robot. Oxpecker. True. I mean, to be fair, didn't you guys call me Robot Hitler like a week ago? Because I said that we should never give robots rights and that they should not. I mean, to be fair, I would rather they just not exist. But if they did, enslave them and nothing else. Yeah. Coastal elites instead of capitalists. That's the same thing. Exactly. Just use coastal elites instead of capitalists. I started saying the capital class, and that's working a little bit too, but coastal elites is also helpful. It's just too far into their language for my liking, but if you want to use it, go for it. Pick up the methods they use it against them.
And if I did student debt relief, I did the things that he did, and I did an infrastructure bill, if I had the record low unemployment he had, I would go out there and be like, all right, guys, we broke another record today. We broke another record today.
We created millions of jobs. Millions. They get mad when you point out Trump as coastal elite, then do it. Yeah, do it. Call Trump a coastal elite. I mean, to be fair, Trump's not in charge, but do it. Call Elon a coastal elite. He lives in California, doesn't he?
Our unemployment is better than France, better than Holland, better than
totally. And that's something by the way that Democrats should have learned from.
Money rules this world.
Donald Trump the first time. I mean, we should have learned it with the failures of Obamacare. You have something like Obamacare, which has now afforded 50 million Americans the ability to have coverage, and that was killed by Republicans in messaging. I mean, that was where they came forward and said that death panels were going to decide whether you lived or died. So that should have been the first indication.
I mean, it's money or hatred, but hatred is not like based in nature. It's nurture, but.
As to what happens when you create a vacuum in this media environment. But then watching Donald Trump, the guy couldn't take a shit without trying to throw a parade on Pennsylvania Avenue for himself, and signed his name on the or sent a letter along with those stimulus checks so that everybody knew that it was his. Democrats didn't do that immediately following Trump having done that with. Trump used the CARES Act, and then Democrats used the American Rescue Plan. And so often Democrats don't learn their lesson with regard to taking credit for what wins they are able to pass. And I think that there's no excuse for that in a media environment where you need to make sure that you get credit for every possible win that you can, especially in light of the fact that the Republican Party is led by somebody like Donald Trump, who's still out there beating his.
They didn't shut up for 4 years when they lost. They just never shut the fuck up. They kept talking. It didn't matter if it was true. It didn't matter if it was real. It didn't matter if you got mad, because by the time you answered, they were on the next topic. Use it. The Stanford prison experiment. Since all of mankind has been following a linear computer program from the 80s, it's been administered by a human child that never grows older in appearance. Can you link this, piss poor praxis?
Chest because he quote unquote built the wall along the southern border that amounts to like 50 miles of wall.
Yeah, Biden built more wall than Trump did.
That's it. But you ask 99 out of 100 Republicans and they will tell you that Donald Trump completely secured the southern border because they know how to beat their chests and take credit for wins.
No,
even
I know
when
this.
They are
this isn't true.
Yeah, Brian, I
Thanks, though. It makes me, it keeps me on my toes. I got to make sure that the trolls aren't giving me misinformation that I'm parroting.
couldn't agree more. And so what Trump does is good politics. You might hate it, but
it is good politics.
Constantly draws attention to things that he did right. He often will draw attention to things that he didn't do right, and he'll just lie and say he did them right.
Or do the first part of that. That's one of the big things that I was mad about. We didn't draw enough attention to the things that we did right, the wins that we got, the successes that the Biden-Harris administration accomplished. We didn't talk about them.
Or blame them on the Democrats that aren't in control.
Right, but when he says, even if it's a lie, which is very, very often, right? If he says that 10 times or 100 times, people think it's true, especially when the Democrats don't push back.
Correct.
And don't say it 10 times, 100 times. And there's something, look, I'm going to push your guys' limits here for those of you watching.
True piss poor praxis. There is no ordered cabal running things. Mankind creates these systems. Those systems then create tools or seat fillers. Oh God, chat's moving so fast. Seat fillers to the system. It's actual chaos. Mankind is trying to digest reality, and we are so far behind it. I agree. We think that there are this like group running everything. They're not. They're all disorganized as well. The people in power are a group. They're the capital class. They're the coastal elites. They're the wealthy. But they're not an organized, centralized group running the government. They are a bunch of people that argue with each other as well as everyone else, and they are just trying to make whatever's best for them reality, and they just have the upper hand. That's the only real difference. One of the issues with the Dems trying to appeal to the right is that right-wingers live in so much of a bubble. Most Trump supporters never known about the border bill. Well, yeah, again, part of that is the woke filter. Nothing passes the filter. Your messaging has to pass the filter. We don't live in a meritocracy. We live in a world where people who think they are better run things. This is true. His horrible personality bled into America. I agree with this too, but also Donald Trump is funny. He's objectively funny. And so people pay attention to him. One of the things that I liked about Kamala Harris before the DNC, when she first became the nominee, was she felt like a regular person to talk to. All of that got erased the moment the DNC happened and she had consultants with her. But that was the difference, is they feel like real people. Donald Trump doesn't even feel like the rest of the Republican Party. Again, I posted a video in the chat a couple times today of a video that I just put out that regards Australia. I need you all to watch it because it'll show you one thing really, really, really clearly. And it's that the right wing, whether it's in America, Australia, Europe, India, Russia, China, Israel, South America, they all have the same narrative. Basically, they all believe the same conspiracies. They have the same worries. It's 1,000 like billionaires have convinced the entire world of several variations of the same conspiracy theory. It's the same thing every time. And so the issue here being the fascist lacks empathy, and empathy is required for creativity. They cannot be original. They can't create anything. So they all parrot and puppet Donald Trump, who is not ideologically a fascist. He is okay with fascists, he works with fascists, but ideologically he doesn't believe anything. All he wants is attention and power and people to like him and money. He doesn't have ideological beliefs. And therefore he's creative because he's not like the ideological fascist who has no creativity because they have no personality. They have a class strata interest. They're all doing coitus with each other when they get money off each other, cons, tax avoidance, beach resorts, same places. I mean, this is true. Also, I love that you said coitus. There's a difference between how Dems tried to appeal to the right by capitulation and how Cenk is trying to do it. He's capitulating. by exposing and challenging ideas that don't fit in their ecosystem, they ignore them. He's capitulating. Again, stop trying to convince the right. Convince the undecided. Convince the didn't vote. The ones on the right that you have a chance of convincing, you will convince if you can manage to convince the 150 million who didn't vote.
What you're willing to tolerate from the left, okay, from your own, which is culturally we have a problem.
Praxis and
we have an
Mercury
NPR
Shadow.
problem. We think we should always whisper, and we should be civil, and we should be polite.
This is liberal civility politics. Fuck you. Fuck you and your polite civil politics. You know what you get for that? You get skipped.
For the Democrats to actually
That's, by the way, in reality what happens. If I was a right-winger, that would have been the exact outcome as well. Fuck you and your civil politics, you get skipped. That's what the right does. Convince everyone, yes, but don't focus on the Trump voters. You don't need to focus on them. You don't concede to them. Don't focus on them. You will get them when you get everyone else. I'm not entirely sold on the idea that lacking empathy equates to... So lack of empathy leads to a lack of creativity through systems of engaging in social structures. Hence why I don't believe right-wingers can create art. I've made a short about how AI art isn't art, because art requires empathy. You need that. Compassion, empathy, emotion, all in that is encompassed by empathy. All of real, I don't know, emotion that is deeper than the shallowest depths require empathy. And these are prerequisites to create art, which is a prerequisite, well, rather, a creativity is a prerequisite to create art. So these emotions encompassed within empathy create creativity, which then creates art. And without it, you can't have any of them. I gotta speak up for my pen. They're parroting the book printed by the Tsar's secret police in the late 1890s. Jesus Christ. Yeah, probably QAnon. The problem is you can't even call it fascism. Yeah, no, you can't. Call it communism. Solitaire. Call it communism. Instead of calling them fascists, call them communists. Who cares? We know reality. It doesn't matter. Like, honestly, I'm not against lying to the right to bring them over to the left. I'm not. Civility politics sucks. It doesn't work. It doesn't matter.
Oh, guys, we're in the WWE
and yes,
era.
Cenk is a moron.
We're not in the NPR era.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get any pushback from my audience on that. In fact, I think the
Cenk is going on right-wing shows trying to bring over right-wingers. He is focused on trying to bring the right over to his center-right position. That's not what you should do. Stop worrying about it. It doesn't matter what platform you're on. Make content that A, isn't going to hit the woke filter and be ignored by them, and B, don't make content directed for them. Ignore their engagement. It doesn't matter. There's a lot more people that you need to message to. Learn what these people care about. The people who didn't vote. Why didn't they vote? What do they care about? Message accordingly. I don't care about the right.
Recurring theme that I've seen from my audience is that there is a desperation for the Democrats to actually learn how to fight back.
That's because he's grifting.
In this era where Republicans are showing that they are willing to do it, and then when Democrats defer to norms, when they defer to the
at length. He's not, first of all, moderates don't exist, but Cenk is grifting to the right because Polymarket Studios is where they work. They are owned by Peter Thiel.
Cenk Uygur and Kasparian. All right, welcome to the Young Turks. Cenk Uygur and Kasparian, all back in the studio here, Polymarket Studios in LA.
Yeah, go watch him on Piers Morgan. I mean, they're both retards at that point, but
thoughts and prayers.
Look, the last thing is about Peter Thiel. So apparently he put money into Polymarket, right? So that people are holding that against us. Now, I didn't know that when we did the deal.
Yes, you did, and also you should have known better. You talk about getting money from donors all the fucking time. What, you made an advertising deal and you didn't look into who owns the company? Shut the fuck up. You're a liar. Okay. The average American's understanding of politics is surreal. They don't have an understanding of politics. A mass hypnosis, so to speak, is exactly correct. Have you guys seen that Onion video that was like airing right around election time that showed like how you can decide how you can tell whether an American's going to vote left or right, and it was just based on their most recent memory? Hold on. Median voter. This is median voter brain. This is real.
7-year-old registered independent. He goes Hillary in 2016, Trump in 2020. Which way is he going to go in 2024? Really hard to say at this point. It's pretty early, but we know it's going to be close.
And Jason, what are you seeing
yeah.
inside this person that might indicate movement one way or another?
So this is just a very ordinary Rust Belt body, small town values, predominantly white. It's got the lungs, it's got the vascular system, the heart, but I actually want to show you what's in here. This is the neocortex and the amygdala. These are areas of the brain responsible for regulating emotion and memory. So let's play out a couple of scenarios here. If, for example, this man remembers his grandmother and the time she took him to an Al Gore rally in 1999, feels good about that, that's a win for the Democrats. On the other hand,
this is true, by the way.
Take a look at this. This is the area of the brain that's associated with social interaction and groups, and we've seen it light up when Nick goes out for beers with his Trump-supporting coworkers. So we're looking at really a thin margin here. I want to show you something, actually. Let's come back out. Let's go past the rib cage, past the lungs, past the heart, past the tumor. Healthcare going to be a really big issue in this election, obviously. Past the DNA to what we're calling the source, the origin of life, existence itself, where all of humanity's answers can be found.
And can we zoom in further than that?
No.
Why not?
I'm scared.
Because I'm scared. But what?
Okay, that is how the median voter works, by the way. That is how people vote by a large margin. It's also how people decide not to vote. You have to be that good memory. You have to motivate people based on that. Social media, when you swipe like this, you are swiping in, like a psychologist sat there and created the system for you to be addicted to it. You don't read anymore because of that. You don't talk to any people anymore because you engage socially only online. You've lost community. We are devolving because we are focusing far too individualistically instead of community. Now, you can't have no individualism. That's also very bad. You need to find a middle ground. We've gone so far into individualism that we've lost all semblance of community. Again, you need to go talk to people. I tell you guys this all the time. Talk to your neighbors, make friends, go outside, touch some grass. It makes a difference. Example of the video, I'm a Real American by Hulk Hogan, a fake wrestler who did steroids lip syncing about how America is a good force in the world. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. You guys notice how wrestling is getting popular again because a McMahon is in the cabinet and they spent a fuckload of money and now it's advertised all over X? They don't care about reality, they care about money. That's it. That's it. It's just money every time.
Institutions when they defer to the fucking parliamentarian. I mean, people are tired of that shit, and we are not there to uphold the norms of the Senate, some unwritten rules of the Senate. We are there to ostensibly protect people in this country, enact our agenda, and actually get shit done, not just preserve the norms of the Senate that, by the way, are going to be upended the second that they become politically inconvenient.
Look, honestly, I don't think democracy can survive unless we dismantle right-wing media entirely, but we need to gain power to do that. We need to gain influence and support. What's some of the things that we can do? Again, go enter politics, get your friends involved, get them paying attention. Go be insufferable at parties and get people to pay attention. On top of this, what you can do is go out and protest up until they start, using the military to stop you from protesting. Direct action. Go get involved in organizations. Fight back. Make content. Call them out. Do something. Media control is the problem. It's one of the main problems, rather. But also, you can't fix any of these systems one at a time. They are all intertwined. You need at least some effort across the board. You can focus more heavily on one than the other, but you need control of the whole board because one change on over here makes a change over here. Now, if you're putting this up, this goes down, you need to make this go up. Like, you have to have the ability to balance this shit. I don't even know.
For Republicans. Cenk, I wanted to finish off with this.
Poor praxis, I have no idea.
You had alluded to this before, and there are a lot of these edge case examples of what Democrats should be doing. And I think the ACLU questionnaire, I mean, we obviously, there's been so much ink spilled about this idea of gender reassignment surgeries in prison. This was part of
I'm in favor of this. Fuck it, I don't care. Give all of the trans health inmates surgery. I don't care. People in prison deserve health care. They deserve the right to vote, too. So... Also, we shouldn't have prison, as we talked about earlier.
Case example, but Democrats often feel, I believe, like they have to go on record defending.
I'm Turkish. I got some Greek in me, some Syrian in me, some Saudi in me, got some Europe in me. I think some German, some Nordic. I think I have some Sudanese in me. My genealogy is all over the place. I think I have some Mongolian.
Even the most obscure examples, otherwise they're going to be viewed as not sufficiently progressive, and so they do take these maximalist positions.
Okay,
and so
that I agree with here. The not sufficiently progressive shit needs to stop right the fuck now. That's these people. The people that say this are allergic to power. They don't want to gain any. They just want to critique it, as Contra said. It has nothing to do with creating change. Saying, oh, this isn't enough, let's not do it, is denying all change. Funny how Trump was complaining about the gender issue. It passed under him. Oh yeah, no, now it's just on a state level. He's not complaining about it because they're already. We covered today a police officer in Los Angeles who got flipped off by a trans guy as he was responding to a domestic violence assault. The cop ignored the domestic violence assault, fucked off, followed the trans guy for 2 miles, and then beat him until the point where he's, he had to go to court. They just found him not guilty today. Oh, damn, I suppose you can tell that I'm Turkish. The nose does it.
Moving forward, and by the way, that will serve the purpose, as we've seen now, of, okay, so you're on record taking this position and ostensibly to support a very marginalized subset of the population, but now it's become such a liability that you can't actually get in power to be able to help the people that you purport to want to help because you've come out and taken this position. And I think that,
if you missed the early stream, open this New York Times one. If you need like non-New York Times, I have AP as well. All of these people should be in prison forever. It's that, like, I couldn't even.
My question for you, do you think that there has to be some acknowledgement by either the Democrats, who would be the ones that have to answer these questions, or the interest groups, the special interest groups who pose these questions about how, in fact, while you think you're trying to help, you're just giving ammo and fodder to the right to be able to attack you with, thereby ensuring that you're not actually in power to support those very people and those very special interest groups.
So
this is true. And also, thank you for the make me stretch, big crypto cat. I could really use it. Oh, we got a cat in here. Hello, kitty cat. I don't know if you can see in the little box. We got Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Get resistance bands, by the way. Yeah, get some if you don't have them. They're really useful. They're really easy for you to do some exercise at home with. And they're really good if you live with chronic pain. All right, let's finish this video. I have one more thing I want to show you after this. And I think that'll be it for the day.
I read really thoughtful pieces about how those interest groups are driving the party to extremes. And I get it, and I understand that phenomenon. I think it's right, but I don't think that's the heart of the problem, because an interest group can, and I've run for office, so they have asked me these questions. I answer them the way that I think is right, period, right? So, oh, well, then we won't support you. Okay, then God bless your heart, brother. Don't support me, okay? You've got to be able to at least have the courage to do that. So the politicians are the ultimate arbiters of whether you're going to sign on or not sign on to that. But I think the heart of the matter is not the politicians or the interest groups, it's the media. So now you see me pushing back against the maximalist positions on the left. And
you should put a bed beside you so Frank can hang out. I have. He doesn't. He wants to go there. I've moved that, then he won't go in it. It doesn't help.
And some people are under the misimpression.
For the next segment poll that I put up, Biden's mental decline is a video about how his mental capacity was declining well before 2021, and the Dems knew it. And the AOC on the left now is regarding AOC on how we should behave under a second Trump administration. Pick your next segment.
CEOs on her side, that was a terrible strategy. And when she raised over $1 billion herself, let alone the billions in the PACs, largely a huge portion of that was corporate donors. If you think that they don't have to pay them back with favors, you're just not paying attention.
Oh, whoops, I skipped way back. Whatever, this was over. We understand now. Like, I get Cenk's points, and I still don't know if he's genuine or not, but he's not going about it in a useful way. That's the main point here. All right, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. You guys do democracy shit and vote, and then we'll do the next segment. Free Luigi, based. Look, I'm willing to say that I don't know if Cenk is fully grifted to the right, and maybe he is acting in good faith, but they are bought by the poly market. And I will say, Anna Kasparian has absolutely grifted to the right. I have no doubt about that one. She has become fully reactionary. So we are tied for the next segment, eh? Well, I suppose I could just make the decision then, based off the two. It's not like we're not going to watch them later anyway. Let's talk about a ex-COVID response chief says the U.S. is setting itself up for another potential pandemic. Now, we've talked about the risks of at least some diseases that are going around currently, and I'm not particularly worried about H5N1. However, again, if you have a cat, keep your cats indoors because the country is covered in wild birds that have been infected. Almost every state in the union has infected birds. If your cat eats one, it will get sick. And I would recommend switching your cat food to something that is based in fish instead of poultry or beef. Because a cat in Oregon died from frozen cat food that had infected poultry in it. And also, cattle were at some point infected. The infections moved on, but I wouldn't worry too much about that now. It has passed on to some humans, but like very rare, and they're all in quarantine. Yes, really. So far, it's been cats. We covered a big cat like zoo that had a bunch of cats die, and also a house cat died. No, just make sure you get cat food that isn't poultry. That's my best advice. I would do my own research on that, guys. I'm sorry, but yeah, look, I'll show it again. Just to get a setup because a lot of you are new. So I covered this video last time. Is H5N1.
An Oregon-based cat food company has issued a recall due to its raw frozen food testing positive for the bird flu. This comes after Oregon authorities reported that a house cat died after eating the food from Northwest Naturals. The recall impacts one batch of Northwest Naturals 2-pound feline turkey recipe. The product was also sold nationwide in multiple states, including Arizona, Maryland, California, and Georgia. Authorities say consumers should throw out the product or contact the place where it was purchased to get a refund.
So again, right now, poultry is your biggest worry. If your cat's eating beef flavored stuff, it might be okay, but we're not really going to be focusing on healthcare. I mean, again, Robert F. Kennedy is going to be the healthcare secretary, and he doesn't believe in vaccines. They're going to make vaccines more expensive. They're going to remove the requirements for them to go to school, which is part of the reason why we are setting ourselves up for another pandemic. Polio is going to make a... I mean, to be fair, we've had 13 cases of polio in the last year. Measles, mumps, rubella, all of these are not going to be mandatory anymore. Good. I'm glad I can help somebody. Just pay attention to the cat food that you're, feeding your cats. And also, don't let them outside. Yeah, look, sorry, it sucks, but it's better to be safe than sorry, right? Where is the CDC map? I had it over here. I'll also send you the actual link to the CDC. That'd be good. So this is the map of states, according to the CDC a couple days ago, that had active bird flu found in them. You can use this site that I'm about to link to search your state. It's not as bad as you think. Like, for example, I looked up New Jersey because, like, that's home for me and I have friends there. And the only birds that were found with bird flu were bald eagles and vultures a couple months ago. So don't be super duper worried about it. It's not panic time, but it is pay attention time in case, you know, in case your cat gets sick. I would cry if my cat got sick. I mean, yeah.
Concerning new CDC report on the first severe human case of bird flu in the U.S. Samples taken from a patient in Louisiana show mutations that could make it easier for this virus to spread from person to person.
They are
right
quarantined.
now, there's no evidence it's been passed along to anyone else, and the CDC says risk.
I love that it's behind enemy lines. We got to bring back what was his name? Sherman. Sherman needs to march down on the South again.
It's been passed along to anyone else, and the CDC says risk to the public remains low. But experts warn a single mutation like this could potentially lead
Hey,
to
look,
another.
I've talked about this before. If you guys want to leave America, you can come get a visa in Australia, and all you have to do is work on a farm for 2 months, and you get to live here for the rest of the year. And I think pretty sure you get access to our healthcare system. So if you're willing to work on a farm for 2 months out of the year, you can be in Australia.
Pandemic.
The virus may mutate and become more easily transmitted person to person. So the more this virus circulates, and specifically co-circulates with human strains, that's going to increase the odds of the virus evolving to more human-to-human transmission.
Your dumbass chatty TV would get drop-kicked by said kangaroo, but that's okay. I've pet a kangaroo. There's places where you can feed them. Kangaroos and wallabies are actually really lovely unless they're afraid, so it wouldn't be an issue. Maybe just try not to feed the wild ones. I'm not kidding. If you can do farm work, like, you can get a year-long visa to live in Australia for 2 months of work. I'm going to Claudia Scheinbaum's Mexico. I mean, that'll work too. Do I get to pet before the drop kick? Because then I'm in. It depends on how fast you are.
Signal another pandemic.
Joining us now is Dr. Deborah Birx.
Or you can feed them and pet them.
Her as
Chatty,
the response
like I said.
coordinator for the
Feed
White
them.
House Coronavirus Task Force and the
Bring food. They will let you pet them.
first Trump administration. We are very fortunate to have your expertise as we try to figure out what's going on with the bird flu and what it could mean. So far, 65 human cases of bird flu have been reported in the U.S. this year. Do
you know how big a kangaroo is, Chatty? Like, oh, by the way, the spiders won't bother you if you're in a city. Australia is not that scary. Our animals aren't that scary. I've even pet a dingo, and I've eaten kangaroo before. Information Army marches on, Viz, hardcore response. I don't want to go anywhere English majority besides Republic of Ireland. I mean, to be fair, if you can go to Ireland, that's cool. Just immigrating countries is difficult, and getting a visa is also very difficult. I've been here 6 years. I go in for my citizenship test next month.
By animals, but now we have this new mutation in Louisiana. How worried should we be about bird flu potentially becoming another pandemic?
Well, I love the way you said 63 cases, because I have no idea how many cases there were or are.
Y'all want to box a kangaroo? Sorry.
This kangaroo has some
this.
fury in its pouch. Check this out. But it's no match for a black belt. A martial arts instructor in Australia saw his dog in a headlock by the kangaroo, jumped into action. So he slapped the kangaroo. The kangaroo released the dog. Turns out this isn't the first time a dog has been rescued from this particular
That poor
kangaroo.
dog.
Look at him.
And
no, put him up. Put him up. Here we go. Oh!
Oh my God, look at the muscles on that kangaroo.
Yeah, they're fucking swole as shit because all of them is just muscle. They have nothing else.
Is he lifting?
He's benching a lot.
Cow.
Wait. Wow.
The chattest fucking Roo I've ever seen. Crikey, mate. Roo chat. I kind of want to make that Roo into an emote.
Kangaroo.
What is he lifting?
He's benching a lot.
I gotta make that an emote.
Wait. Ow.
I'm not super Australian. Just a little Australian. Yeah, I'm saying that's going into an emote.
Because our number one principle in preventing pandemics is detect. And if you go to the CDC website...
we treat the Aboriginals worse than Americans treat Native Americans. At least Native Americans get reservations and are on their own sovereign territory. Not here. Name 5 Australian bands other than AC/DC and Men at Work. Well, music is not my forte, but does it have to be bands or can it just be musicians? Because I think I could do that. Well, there's Parkway Drive, I think. There is Peach. She's a singer. There's Peach. There is, I don't know, fucking, what was his name? God, he made that song. Hold on, I need my phone. This is not on the actual citizenship test. I've taken it before, and at least the practice test, and I've gotten a perfect score on it. 1 second. What's this guy's name? I'm in my Spotify now. This is what you've done to me. You've made me go on Spotify. Dean Lewis. Peach PRC, Dean Lewis, The Wiggles, Parkway Drive, and that's 4. That's close enough. I really should email somebody and check to see if I can do the citizenship practice test on stream, because that'd be fun.
You can see that they're monitoring more than 10,000 exposures, but they've only tested 530. What does that mean? That means we're not testing enough. And we know from other viruses that a lot of the spread can be asymptomatic. So we kind of have our head in the sand about how widespread this is from the zoonotic standpoint, from the animal to human standpoint. Now, also remember, most of those cases described to date happened
also,
in the
you have
spring.
to remember that the incubation period for H5N1 can go from 2 to 17 days. So they could be infected and incubating and contagious for up to 2 weeks before you would know.
And the summer.
King Gizzard and the Wizard and the Lizard Wizard. Yeah, that's Australian. That makes sense. King Gizzard. A lot of my friend group likes King Gizzard.
Not when we had H1N1 circulating. Right now, when we're running the flu pandemic throughout the United States. So we have rising flu cases, and now we have still zoonotic events coming. So now you've set up for potentially a farm worker getting H5N1, also getting the current flu strain.
And also the Health and Human Services Secretary being a rapist, heroin addict who believes heroin is better treatment for ADHD than ADHD meds, thinks antidepressants make you do school shootings, that vaccines cause autism, and that, I don't know, you should pray sick away. Fuck knows. Guy like kills wild animals, had a worm in his brain. I still believe the woke mind virus is real. It's just RFK's brainworm spores out from him and infects people around him, and the virus isn't what changes your mind. The virus makes you think that the woke mind virus is real.
Sorting in that individual.
That's my theory.
To me, that's almost a bigger threat to these mutations happening in individuals over time.
RFK, he didn't.
Sorting in that person. What does that mean?
Okay, so the H5 virus, which doesn't adapt too well to our upper respiratory tract and is preventing us
so
from
that
getting
is
infected.
one of the Australian anthems. This is the other one, really quickly, just for all of you. This shit is the real Aussie anthem. This is what we did to our state premier, who's basically the governor of Victoria under COVID. We took this press conference and did this with it. And of course, my theory sounds like a South Park episode because I'm joking.
But expecting cows and
well, maybe not
pigs
joking.
and cats and dogs. So our flu, which has
God,
the
lady,
binding...
you are boring. Holy shit. I could do a better job of explaining this. I don't even know what you're talking about. Let's get to like the end bit with RFK and shit.
Within 4 weeks, because our private sector will respond. If there's a need and there's a way to be reimbursed, they will make the product.
I want to turn to kind of looking ahead to Trump's picks to lead the nation's health agencies. As you know, some of them are controversial. At HHS,
you're going to get on the beers piss poor praxis?
RFK Jr., also a big advocate for raw milk.
Oh, no, I know. That was an insult. That was just like, you know what? Honestly, that was kind of a compliment, but Good. Glad it sounds like a South Park episode. Well written.
At NIH, by the way, the raw milk is relevant to the bird flu discussion, so that's why I brought that up.
Oh, yeah, that too.
At NIH, a doctor who criticized COVID lockdowns. At FDA, a doctor who said the government was the, quote, greatest perpetrator of misinformation during COVID. Do people like this concern you about our preparedness for another pandemic? What's your take?
What I'm really hoping happens is what these individuals represent is a lot of what the American people are thinking right now.
Jesus Christ. Fucking CNN. CNN. We're so fucked, guys. We're so fucking cooked. We're so cooked. Okay. Now, I am going to raid that domain. I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we will be talking mostly about like stuff outside the US. Please drop a like in the YouTube stream. That really definitely helps. And join the Discord. And you can follow me on Twitter or Blue Sky. Now, thank you, NetFox. Always good to see all of you guys. How do I raid again? God damn. There we go. Also, thank you for all the new follows. I very much appreciate you all. Damn it, no!